We have 5 items on the agenda this morning, and we're going to start with item number 1. I need a roll call. Thank you.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present. Thank you. Number 1, budget review for fiscal year 22, fourth quarter budget adjustments. All council districts are affected, requested by administration. They're also seeking same night minutes. Is there anyone from administration to talk on this topic? Thank you, Ms. Ford. How you doing today?
May? Me here? Turn me on. There we go. Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Today we are bringing to you a resolution. Unlike most resolutions, this one is mostly budget neutral, but this is a resolution to bring us to a balanced close for the end of the year. And I'll just read part of this. Whereas based on the general fund fourth quarter review, circumstances to amend the existing budget exist, and the required spending and the required offset and/or funding has been identified, and it is now necessary to amend the fiscal year FY22 budget in certain general fund divisions to add appropriations to match spending that is projected different than in the FY22 adopted budget plan. So for our fire division, we have budget neutral allocations between multiple legal levels and multiple line items in an amount up to $675,000. This is an increase in personnel category, multiple legal levels and multiple lines, a decrease in the M&S or materials and supplies category, multiple legal levels and multiple lines. For the Parks Division, we are requesting a budget neutral allocation between multiple legal levels and multiple line items in amount up to $512,000. This is an increase in the M&S category across multiple legal levels and multiple line items, a decrease in the personnel category between multiple legal levels and the full-time salaries line. For the Police Division, we're requesting budget neutral allocations between multiple legal levels and multiple line items in an amount up to $1 million. This is an increase in the personnel category across multiple legal levels and multiple lines, a decrease in the M&S category, multiple legal levels and multiple lines. For the Library Division, we are requesting a budget neutral allocation between the single legal level and a single line item in the amount of $460,000. This is an increase in the M&S category, single legal level, and the security general ledger line item. A decrease in the personnel category, single legal level, and full-time salaries line. Also for the Library Division, we are requesting a budget neutral allocation between unallocated general fund revenues in excess of budget and a single legal level and single line item in amount up to $113,897. This is an increase in the M&S category, which is the single legal level, and facility structure repair line. And the offset is the general fund revenues unallocated local sales tax revenue line. Additional information regarding this is we had water damage at the main library. We did in FY21 receive insurance proceeds for that repair, but the repairs did not complete until FY22, and unfortunately that money was not held in a restricted account, so we are simply reallocating it back to them for the supplies. So all of these together, with the exception of the $113,897, are budget neutral, just moving it between legal levels within the division and multiple line items within the division to ensure that we are completely balanced and adjusted when we close the FY22 budget.
Good morning, Ms. Ford, and that's the conclusion of your report.
Good morning, Councilman Jones. Yes, sir, that is our resolution and our request today. We are, since this is the last meeting of the year, requesting same night minutes on this resolution.
Okay. Colleagues, did anybody have a question for Chief Ford on this? And I think, well, Ms. Ford is here for the record as my part of my tardiness. Well, if there are no other questions, oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Warren.
You explained the library, you explained the fire department change it, how we do that.
Certainly. So as you may or may not realize, when we provide a full detailed budget, it is on a service center level. And the divisions have multiple service centers. Most of them have lots of service centers. Across the general fund, we have 229 service centers. So we have to do individual budgets for each service center. And particularly in the case of fire, where we have cost overruns in the recruit service center, we are pulling expenditures from other service centers, and it could be multiple service centers. It all rose up to the fire division, so it's budget neutral to the division as a whole, but on the service center level, we need to ensure that we are within the budget compliance. Parks is the same thing. For parks, the most of the line items are for city shop charges and utilities, and that we are moving money from the full-time salaries and multiple lines into those expenditure lines, still all within the Parks division, but on different legal levels. And the same thing with police, as we are moving between each one, and they have about 30 service centers. So as we move money between those service centers, it's all still within the police division, but just ensuring that at the service center and legal level, the budgets are in compliance. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Ms. Ford, just have a question on police division. With the increase, how much of this is overtime, if any?
I'm sorry, how much?
How much of it is overtime, if any?
Let's see, for fire, I'm having to add them up. It's approximately 200, I'm adding in my head, it's approximately 200 in overtime. And for police, it is approximately, the 1 million is approximately for overtime.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so what was I don't have the last year's budget, how much were they allocated for overtime for this current fiscal year?
I do not have the division level information with me, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We look at the general fund in totality, and then we look at each division in totality, but the breakdown occurs within each one of the legal levels or service centers.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, if there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion on this item. Okay, motion has been made by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford to approve this budget adjustment for fiscal year 22. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. That item passes.
Thank you, council members.
Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $3,250,000 in Memphis City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for fiscal year 23. Has been moved and seconded, moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. Colleagues, you will have a distribution of these. I have mine, yeah. And so what this includes, these are the individual allocations for council members. It looks like we are missing the selections for council persons Carlisle and Easter Thomas. Ms. Owens, have we received an update from them as of late last night? Okay. So what will be included in this motion would be all of those that's included in this report.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I need to amend.
Mic on, please, Mr. Ford.
Yes, I need to amend 3 different ones: Feed the Needy, Withers Collection, Fresh Start, and A New Beginning, which total $25,000. I need to add this before we vote on it.
For the next fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Johnson?
My question is, in some cases, I'm seeing where the grant request is one amount and the total amount, grant allotted is more.
You gotta
How
bring
we
it back.
did, how we did this in the past was the individuals who participated in that contribution to that one agency was made aware of it and it went back. And the people reallocated the money to another, agency.
Exactly.
And we didn't get a report like that, how we ordinarily would get them. So I think we need to get an update of who needs to go back and whatever. The very first one is the one that really jumped out at me.
Okay.
Same way with,
It looks like those that are in bold, that is the case.
maybe, right. So those should be identified and people who contributed, should, be able to,
Adjusted and have some, okay.
yes.
Okay. Well,
How can we do that?
we can, now, keep in mind that we can, thank you, we can go back and adjust that. This is just a committee meeting, and so by the time we have our regular meeting today, we can have those adjustments made.
Right.
And what we'll be approving would be the allocations that were included in this. And so we'll go back, reduce the amounts if they exceed the total grant request, or the 30% that we're included in here. And each council member will have additional funds in which they can allocate to the remainders or any of the others that are on this list.
I guess I have another question. Maybe somebody needs to explain how this color coding is going, because look at line number 18. The request was for 40, and they got 39,958. Why is that in yellow?
Okay, if you look at that one, this one, this one exceeds the 30%, what would be 30% of what was either their budgeted amount or the amount that they've listed on their taxes.
Oh, okay.
So if you see revenue and expenses, 61, basically 61,190, 30% of that would have been the 13, but the allocated amount was 40,000.
Okay, but I think 30% on that particular line, trying to go all the way across and see it. I thought it was 18, not 13. Looking at
No,
it.
so if you take 60,000 times 30%, that's roughly 18,000.
Okay, so it should not have exceeded 18.
Right.
Okay, so we need to we need to get back together. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
I'd like to amend mine, to remove the YMCA of the mid-$1,000 and take that with my 24,000 that are reallocated and place that on the books with over 35,000.
Okay, so you're reducing your 3,000
Reducing,
to 2,000?
93 by 1,000. Adding that to line item 117, along with my remaining additional 1,000, that's 25, that's gonna make that 35,000 Brooks.
I'm working on it.
And that would take all of my funds.
Okay. So reducing the YMCA from 3,000 to 2,000.
Removing the YMCA at Memphis, $93,000. I'm going to remove that. They are overfunded at the tune of $26,000 by their request, and add that with my remaining $24,000 that is unallocated to the $10,000 I'd already allocated to Brooks for a total of $35,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, colleagues, what I'll do, instead of, we'll just have this ready for full council as opposed to, we'll work through the kinks of this between now and full council.
Mr. Chair,
We'll have something full by then.
I think it would be good if we took this document to everyone when they come in, let them know where they are as far as their allocations. Also point out to them wherever they are over allocated or where they've donated in an over allocated area and see if they want to move it. And that should probably be, everyone who's donated in an over allocated area should know about it.
And we'll have that for 3:30 this afternoon. Yeah.
Make have it for executive committee.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Well, we'll push this down to executive. Hopefully, we'll have everybody here to adjust that. So, will you withdraw your motion on that? Yes, I will. Okay, you withdraw your second. Okay, so we'll have. Yeah, thank you. We'll move on to item number 3, which is a resolution clarifying the redemption dates of refunded bonds not to exceed $255 million general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2022B, federally taxable. This is all council districts sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
So moved.
Okay. Mr. Walker, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 4767 Emma Circle West, Collierville, Tennessee. Excuse me. This presentation covers items number 3 and 4
Okay.
on today's agenda. All right, so back in March, Council approved 2 resolutions. One authorized the issuance of up to $22 million in GO bonds to refinance for savings the Series 2012A GO bonds. The other resolution authorized the issuance of up to $255 million in general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2022B, federally taxable, to refinance for savings the Series 2014B and the Series 2015C GO bonds. Unfortunately, interest rates moved against us, and the squeeze was no longer worth the juice. In other words, the savings decreased to a level where the savings did not meet the city's goals. So we postponed those sales indefinitely. The Division of Finance, along with its co-financial advisors, continue to monitor the market, and we also looked at other opportunities to refinance these bonds. With the 2012A bonds, we did not find another method that was more efficient than the present method. However, we did find a more efficient method to refinance for savings the 2014B and 2015C bonds. So you got 2 resolutions presented to you today. I'm on slide 3. 2 resolutions presented to you today. The first resolution amends a provision of the Series 2022B resolution that was adopted in March. And the second resolution authorizes the issuance of up to $255 million in federally taxable bonds that are convertible to tax-exempt bonds later to refinance for savings the 2014B and 2015C bonds. The 2 resolutions together provide the city with greater flexibility and opportunity to get savings and refinance the 2014B and 2015C bonds. Next slide. All right, so the first resolution, the Series 2022B resolution that was again adopted back in March, incorrectly stated, and I quote, "In no event shall the refunded bonds be redeemed on any date that is more than 90 days following the issuance and sale of the Series 2022B bonds." That verbiage is normally seen in tax-exempt bonds and not taxable bonds. So the first resolution just simply corrects that verbiage. The second resolution, again, authorizes the issuance of up to $255 million in General Improvement Refunding Bonds Series 2022, and those bonds to be used to refund for savings portions of the 2014 B and 2015 C bonds. Any bonds that are not refunded by the Series 2022 bonds can later be refunded by the Series 2022 B bonds if market conditions improve. Currently, there isn't sufficient savings, but hopefully the market will move in our favor later on. The Series 2022 bonds will be issued initially as taxable bonds and then become convertible to tax-exempt bonds on January 3rd, 2024, which is within 90 days of the call date or the redemption date of the Series 2014B and Series 2015C bonds. The 2022 bonds will be sold to JP Morgan Chase Bank via direct private placement. Direct private placement is akin to a bank loan. So when we go over the MWBE and local participation analysis and look at all the cost of issuance, you'll notice that you won't see any underwriters, no senior managers, no co-managers, and there won't be any underwriters' fees because this is not your typical bond issue. Also, included in the package that you received for the second resolution are the form of the bond purchase agreement, the form of the refunding trust agreement, the city's request to the state for an extension of the state's review of the city's plan of refunding, a letter from the state stating that they approved the 90-day extension, and they also approved the city's request to sell these bonds via direct private placement. Estimated source and uses of funds, and this is as of last week, I think last Thursday. But presently, we're looking at issuing about $156.6 million in bonds. $156.1 million will be deposited into an escrow account, and those funds will be used to redeem portions of the 2014 B and 2015 C bonds on April 1, 2024. Then we got about $500,000 in change in issuance expenses. We're anticipating closing the 2022 bonds on July 13th, and presently we're estimating a true interest cost of about 3.2%. We're going to refinance for savings a little under $150 million in bonds of the 2014 B and 2015 C. That will leave about $95 million in bonds outstanding of the 14B and 15C that we can later hopefully refinance for savings using the authorization provided in the resolution for the 2022 B bonds. Those bonds have an average interest rate of about 4.78%, and presently this refunding will generate an estimated $16.5 million in PV savings, which is very good. We're very excited about that. And the savings as percent of the bonds refunded is 11%. The city's debt policy, which was adopted by council, provides that we need to get a minimum savings of 3.5%, so we are greatly exceeding that goal. Estimated annual savings, looking at the column to the right, second column from the far right, the savings column, you'll see that most of the savings is going to be received during the fiscal years 2023 through 2026. Those years total about $16 million. After that, it's going to drop down to about $143,000 per year in savings. Estimated MWBE local participation. Focusing on the fees at the top, we have about $300,000 in fees that we're going to pay. $150,000 qualifies MWBE, and $300,000 all of it qualifies as local presence. So for this section at the top, MWBE participation is 50%, and local participation is 100%. We got about $204,000 in fees at the bottom. These are fees where the city do not have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm. There's no MWB participation and no local presence participation either. So for the transaction as a whole, $504,000 in change in fees, 29.7% MWBE participation, 59.5% local participation. And this is the financing schedule. We're seeking same-night minutes. We're seeking your approval on these two resolutions, number 3 and number 4 on today's agenda with same-night minutes, because hopefully tomorrow or Thursday, we will lock in interest rates on the Series 2022 bonds and then lock in those savings that we showed you. And again, we plan to close the transaction July 13th, and sometime in August, we'll report final results to this body. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker. We've been joined by Councilpersons Robinson and Morgan. Good morning. Welcome, Councilman Warren, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we not have the interest rates locked in for the previous bond issuances, or did that change? Because I just heard you use the term locked-in interest rates. So the savings that we were going to have before everything shot up through the roof, what happened to that? We couldn't lock the interest rates in?
No, sir, we could not. Those were bonds that were going to be issued through the normal process. And with those bonds, we lock in the interest rates when we sell the bonds. We looked at the savings, the potential savings the day before we were going to sell the bonds, and the savings was just out there. I mentioned before that the city's policy requires 3.5% savings. Savings had dropped down to below 1%. With this being a bank loan, we're able to lock in a rate. It's just like you're locking in your mortgage rate.
So that's why this is a private, whatever you call that, private.
Yes, sir. Direct private placement.
Direct
Yes.
private placement. So that's the difference between this transaction and what we approved earlier this year.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. How will this affect the overall budget that's been projected when we were anticipating some other savings when you came in before?
Well, when we did the budget for the debt service fund, one thing that we don't do is incorporate savings that we have not yet realized. So the budget that was presented to council and approved by council was basically a worst case scenario. So for this fiscal year, for fiscal year 2023, our budget will decrease by, if these numbers hold, $2.8 million. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Colleagues, any other questions? So, Mr. Walker, I'm looking at, you indicated that 2014 B and C, that totals about $150 million, but there's still about $95 million that would not be part of this transaction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would those be, what series would that be?
That would be, let me see if I have the breakdown. And while I'm looking for the breakdown, I can explain why they're not included in this refunding. They're not included, unlike bonds, which we can go out 30 years or more. With a direct private placement, banks usually only like to go out 10, 12, or 15 years. JP Morgan Chase Bank had to get special authorization to go out 18 years on this refunding. Most of the bonds that's not being included are not included because they mature beyond 18 years. About $80 million of which mature beyond 18 years. There's about $15 million of which mature within that 18-year period. But the level of savings, actually, we would lose money if we refunded those bonds. Some had low interest rate, like a 3%, and one had a 3.125%. the true interest cost on these bonds is 3.20. So we'll be replacing 3.1% bonds with bonds that have an average rate of 3.20. So there's no savings
Right.
there. So that's the reason why we're not including them in the analysis. But to specifically answer your question, for the 2014 B, well, 2015 C, there's a term bond that matures in 2045. The par amount is $22.8 million. For the 2014 B, there's a term bond maturing in 2044, $17.2 million. Another term bond maturing in 2044, $40 million. And then we got some serial bonds maturing in 2023 through 2026 to the tune of $15 million.
Okay, and so, and thank you for that. So it's helpful to have that explanation. Now I'm looking at page 7, the estimated source of use of funds. So this is 156. When do we, so when we execute this, will we receive the entire 255 or just the 156? And help me understand that.
Yes, sir, just the 156.
Okay.
Although the authorization is for 255, we left it at 255 because the 2022B was at 255. And we don't know what market conditions will be. I mean, maybe JP Morgan can get authorization to issue, where we can issue or refund more bonds, but we don't think that is the case. But we just left at 255. Whatever authorization that we do not use will basically expire because it can only be used for this specific purpose.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. For the record, we've been joined by Councilwoman Logan. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome. Ms. Robinson, did you have any questions or anything on this? Microphone, please.
I just want to say that over the years, I've had an opportunity to work with Mr. Walker. He does an awesome job with our funds. And I want to say thank you and keep up the good work and make sure you watch over this carefully.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate it.
As Motown would say, I second that emotion. Okay, if there are no other questions, colleagues, we're going to take these, take these items separately. So may I have a motion to, first motion has been moved by Councilman Ford. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye. With same night minutes, yes. Any opposed? That item passes. At this time, I entertain a motion for the resolution supplementing the issuance, sale, and delivery not to exceed $255 million. Moved by Councilman Ford. Seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you. With same night minutes. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
Colleagues, our last item for budget is a resolution requesting approval of the Downtown Memphis Commission's fiscal year 23 budget, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Okay. Is there anyone to present on this item, please?
Yes, I am here. Trying to pull up this PowerPoint really quick here. Apologies, give me just a moment. All right, Chair, with your permission, I'm ready to begin.
Ms. Young, floor is yours. Good morning, sir.
All right, good morning. My name is Paul Young. I serve as the president of Downtown Memphis Commission. Thank you guys for having us here today. Excited to present our budget to you. As you guys know, downtown matters to every district. It's our brand for our city. Every recruitment pitch, whether it's an individual or a corporation that's coming to the city, it will include a visit to downtown Memphis. So our work is more important than ever. And our motto is that we are building a downtown for everyone. So that means everyone in every district. This may be preaching to the choir here. You guys probably know this, but just as a reminder, we are funded solely from an assessment on commercial properties in downtown Memphis. So properties that are valued over $25,000 have what we call a Central Business Improvement District assessment. We call it the CBID assessment. And we invest this assessment into initiatives and activations designed to increase the value of downtown for the betterment of Memphis and Shelby County. So just quickly to show you our two metrics to measure our work. All of our work supports building, and we look at higher population numbers. That means both residential and daytime population, and increased property values. And so as you can see, both are rising and both are leading our region in terms of the percentage of growth. It means that our collective strategy is working, but there's still lots of work that needs to be done. These are our areas of focus and influence. So the map on the left shows the boundaries of our CBID, our primary boundaries, or what we call downtown. This is the area where we work. It's about 6.1 square miles. The map on the right shows the zip code data collected by Placer AI, which is a independent third-party data collection agency, and that map shows the home zip codes of those that attended events in downtown. So as you can see, people are coming from all across the region. So digging into the budget, our work and our budget is centered around the following 4 pillars: safety and hospitality, clean and green efforts, activation and engagement, and equitable community development. This slide shows our budget numbers as compared to last year. Last year, as you can see, the allocation is largely unchanged amongst the categories. And so let's dig right into the budgets. I know this may be hard for some to see, but I think you guys have the printouts in front of you. So this FY23 budget shows the CBID assessment at $4.5 million with a 3% allowance for doubtful accounts. That means things that we might not collect. This is a slight decrease from last year's billing amount because last year was a reassessment year and produced several reductions. When measured against a non-assessment year in FY21, it represents a 16% increase. This budget also transfers from our other boards approximately $467,000. No specific overhead is charged to any of our other boards, and the transfer is allowed to balance the budget for DMC. As you will note, personnel costs increase. We're increasing our Blue Suede Brigade. Those are the men and women that you see in blue shirts downtown. We're increasing them back to full staffing at 32 individuals and increasing the salary rates from $15 an hour, starting rates $15 an hour to $17 an hour to be more competitive and increase retention. We obviously have had some of the challenges that others have had with staffing. We've also had added capacity to hire diversity, equity, and inclusion specialists on our team. Activation includes our work to create and support free programming. We have over 260 free events in downtown this year. It includes managing the social and digital sites associated with our work and invite and encourage visitors and activations throughout the CBID. Our planning and development includes our Open on Main retail incubation program. This is where we allow entrepreneurs to set up in various spaces along Main Street. And it includes our strategic work to better align our incentives with the community. This year, we separated our clean and green budget from our operations department. Our clean and green beautification work includes increasing staff, improving infrastructure, and enhancing initiatives. Chairman Jones, we heard you loud and clear last year when we talked about cleanliness of downtown, and we're increasing our funding going towards those efforts. An additional change in this budget versus last year is that DMC will begin paying rent to our affiliated board, CCDC, Center City Development Corporations, who actually owns our building. We are currently renovating our offices. If you've seen across the plaza, you've seen all the construction work taking place. And once the renovation is complete, our intent is to have up to 4 tenants paying rent as well. This will allow CCDC to operate the building and pay debt service with that rent. The total budget shows a $412,000 increase, and that increase will be spread across all departments in the following allocations. Safety and hospitality will take up about 35%, beautification 27%, activations and events 29%, and then community development 9%. So some quick takeaways. DMC is tasked with developing a downtown that creates regional value. We're looking at about $5 billion in the development pipeline right now, and that feels pretty amazing for those of us who grew up in Memphis and always said one day we're going to get there. The entire riverfront, St. Jude, One Build, Brooks Museum, 100 North Main project, they're all balanced by smaller but equally important developments throughout downtown, things like Malone Park Commons, Preserver Partners Headquarters, Alciniers, just to name a few, that were made possible because of the incentives and assistance from DMC. So last slide, in conclusion, with much gratitude for the support from our city and the county, we're asking you to approve this budget, which is based on the existing 65 cents per $100 of assessed value from the CBID assessment. And that, remember, that only applies to those properties over 25,000. So with that, I'll close and open it up for any questions.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Young, I have a couple. Looking at this is actuals for 2021, but I'm looking at dues and subscriptions. The previous years, they were 18,000, but then they jumped to over 100,000. Can we get a detailed explanation on that one, please?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you very well.
Dues and subscriptions, the previous years, they were 26,000, 19,000, and then for this current fiscal year, and then next year, the amount for those dues and subscriptions are 111,000.
Dues and subscriptions. Oh, sorry, yes, B2G now. So one of the things that we're doing on programming for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the city of Memphis, MLGW, I think the airport as well, use a program called B2G Now to do their tracking for diversity spending on construction projects. Previously, what we've done is we've managed a lot of different spreadsheets, and we've done a good job, but we're going to do a much better job by using technology to help us. It does things like when we have a contractor that's working on a project, they can directly submit their reports in the system. It'll send, if they say they paid a sub $100,000, it'll automatically send that sub an email, and that sub verifies that they actually received $100,000. So some of the things that we're doing manually, we're going to be able to do electronically in this upcoming year. We're getting ready to start that implementation over the next month. But that is the big cost, is B2G Now.
Okay, and so well, thank you for that. Now, going back to the internal office rent, the increase there, you said that the DMC will be making those payments to CCDC.
Right.
Those payments were not taking place prior to now?
Right. So in order to rehabilitate the building across the street, so DMC has been in that structure since 1997, and the 5 floors above it have been blighted, essentially. They had not been renovated. So we put together a project, pro forma, and took out a construction loan. DMC will pay rent to CCDC to cover a portion of that cost of that loan, and the tenants that will be in the floors above it will cover the remaining costs.
Okay, what was the total amount of that?
It's about
loan?
$4 million, is that right? 2.8 million.
Okay. Well, colleagues, if there are no other questions on this item, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded. Well, is there a second? Both of y'all moved it at the same time. Seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Chairman John, is there an FY23 budget book?
I'll obtain one for you. I will obtain one for you.
Yeah, I haven't seen one.
Okay. Is there in?
I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we have a roll call, please?
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilman Morgan. Here. And Chair Warren.
Present. We have one item on our agenda, the discussion of the impact of Tom Lee Park parking in the surrounding downtown neighborhoods, District 6, Super District 8. This is requested by Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, do you have anything to say, sir?
Colleagues, this request came about with everything going on with the renovation of Tom Lee Park. With the reduction in parking, I was actually out of town. I received a text message from a downtown resident, someone who lives on Tennessee Street, and their concern was with the reduction in parking that there's going to be typically the overflow from some of the parking from Tom Lee Park will extend back to their neighborhoods, causing greater concern for more traffic, just vandalism, and other concerns that they have in there. So for these communications that were made to me individually, I thought it would be helpful for other council members to hear these concerns, and so I asked this to be placed on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I think we have people from the downtown neighborhoods that wanted to speak, and also Chief McGowan. So could we actually have the downtown neighborhood present at this point?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we? My name is Jared Price. I serve as the President Emeritus of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. So I want to say thank you first for letting us be here today and speak to you all. As you know, there's a lot of great things happening downtown. As Paul Young said, they're building a downtown for everyone. And Tom Lee Park is definitely going to be part of that downtown for everyone. Unfortunately, as President Emeritus, I've been contacted by several homeowner associations regarding the parking plan that was presented to the public post-mediation between Memphis River Parks and Memphis in May, and then the current plan that was changed with little to no public input. The current plan also appears to not be congruent or compliant with the mediation terms that were set forth. Councilman Warren, do you have our PowerPoint?
I do not.
Okay. What we have is when in the first post-mediation change in the parking, it called for 140 parking spots to be allocated for Tom Lee Park. They were placed in parking lots to the east and west sides of Riverside Drive. And if you visit tomleepark.org, you can actually see it currently on their own website that there is 4 lanes of traffic and parking lots that are part of that plan. Unfortunately, the plan now that is being shown that is going to be executed is taking those parking spaces down to only 68 parking spaces. Memphis River Park Partnership own impact study says they are anticipating at least 140,000 new visitors every year to this park. And per the mediation that Mayor Strickland ordered between Memphis in May and Memphis River Parks, it states parking will be included in the design and project budget, outlining that parking is very important and that it should be part of the budget, but also that the parking shall be consistent with expected park usage. If the usage is going to increase, the neighborhoods in downtown that share this concern, that represent thousands of downtowners, which include Mr. Glenn Murtha, the president of the River Tower, who's here today, who wishes to speak, president of Founders Point, Joey Terrell, myself at DNA, and then Mr. Hamby, the vice president of Waterford Tower, all share the concern about this parking plan being altered. The parking plan also for Riverside Drive, per the mediation, states a 5-foot planted barrier shall divide the parking and the drive lanes. The current plan calls for 68 spaces only, and those are going to be located only parallel on Riverside Drive with no planted barrier dividing them. This calls for safety concerns when you're getting out of your car on Riverside Drive for families that have kids. We all know when kids get out of the car, they don't stay right there. So we're concerned about this, but the main concern is that with only 68 spaces being available at the park, people are going to be circling neighborhoods. They're going to be trying to find parking to get to this new park that we are investing in building in downtown. So much of the parking, as we all know, as downtown is growing, parking is becoming more scarce, and free parking is becoming even more scarce. So all the neighborhoods, we share this concern, and we all are asking that the Memphis River Park Partnership and the city of Memphis adhere to their own terms that are in the mediation agreement, and to ensure that the original parking plan post-mediation is restored, and that the 140 parking spaces are restored, so that just like the text message Councilman Martavius Jones received, we don't have to worry about flooding into our neighborhoods using Waterford Towers parking, using not French Fort, but River Tower and what's Joy's neighborhood, Founders Point. Those all becoming overflow parking for the new Tom Lee Park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Chief McGowan?
Oh, and Mr. Glenn Murtha's here as well. He's the River Tower
Okay,
president.
we're out of time on our committee right now, so let me give you about 3 minutes to speak if you don't mind. Introduce yourself, sir, with your name and address, and let me get you limit to about 3 to 5 minutes so we can,
I can do
catch
that.
up. Thank you.
My name's Glenn Murtha. I'm president of the HOA for River Tower Condo Association, 153. For us to mention the parking here, I'd like to say first, thank you for letting me attend. November of 21, we had a problem from then till recently on safety, the safety being the lights on the river walk going from Tom Lee Park up to Martyrs Park. I was allowed to attend. I was invited by Deborah Streeter to attend a neighborhood safety meeting. At that meeting, I was able to discuss with her, about 20 other people, and 2 police colonels. As a result of our little discussion there on needing lighting for safety on that river walk, we, within 24 hours, had that corrected. So the system works. The fact that they listened to what we said, that was done by Deborah Streeter, Steve Schuler, and Carol Coletta. Now, as far as the parking here today, what we're discussing, again, we're talking about safety. I think in the past, we all know that just uncontrolled parking resulted in most of our illegal and undesirable activities. They just come in and take over the park on certain weekends and certain times. And they would even leave the park and come up to our area, River Tower. They would come up to Ashburn, Coppic, and while they would be in there, there would be illegal drug activities and sex activities, which were a family community deal. So the bottom line is, I understand you can have too much parking, you can have too little parking. Basically, our opinion is, in order to be safe, you have to have controlled parking. And I think that, in our opinion, the parallel parking that currently is in the program is very unsafe, and it would exacerbate the problem of traffic flow. With the proposal which Jared had submitted, which was previously approved, you have the angled parking, which allows you to allows you to go into the parking and leave the parking in a much safer manner. So Bottom line is, the system works. Y'all allow us to talk, we come in, we tell you that we're interested in one thing, safety. We're also interested in the fact that the parking should be adequate for out-of-town visitors as well as disabled. I would like to see more controlled, and when I say controlled, I mean such things as handicap parking or even paid parking. Because if it's controlled, then the police force has a reason for getting rid of the overflow, and they like to overflow and just congregate. And that way, you could actually report if there's a violation of the handicapped or the parking meter, et cetera. But basically, mine's very generic. We're interested in safety, and we don't want them in our backyard selling drugs and having sexual activities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So it's my understanding that Ms. Coletta is out of town, and Chief McGowan, you were going to speak on this in her stead for the city and sort of give us city's, I guess, opinion on this. What I've heard is that somehow we've changed a parking from an agreement. Is that correct, or what's the story there?
That's not correct. Doug McGowan, the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. There is one signed agreement. That is the mediation agreement between the city, Memphis River Parks Partnership, and Memphis in May. In that, Mr. Price did quote it correctly. It said it'd be provided at the north, middle, and southern areas of the park. The preference is that it be on the west side of the street, and it will be included in the design and project budget and consistent with expected park usage. Yes, there are a number of designs that were considered, but the final design that was agreed to and signed off on by everybody is the current one that calls for parallel parking on the street. I will say this is a balance of many different desires. This is several years in the making. Lots of inputs from lots of individuals in the public, the neighborhoods, designers, the city, and we're trying to balance the needs of many folks. As you know, there was a hue and cry to potentially bring Riverside Drive down to 2 lanes, and there was a hue and cry to keep it at 4 lanes. All of that affects your ability. You know, there's a constrained amount of space that you can put down there on the riverfront. So the design that was eventually approved by the Riverfront Design Review Committee, and the parking is the one that exists today. Now, yes, it has today 68 parking spaces, and there are planters and painted areas and spaces to provide easy access and into and out. So I'll make a couple of points. Number one, the city engineer agrees that this is an appropriate way of parking vehicles there in a safe manner. He also has said that we will look at the expected usage, and if it is in his opinion that they're overutilized or they're continued there, we will relook at the design to see if we can fit some more along that parallel there. We could probably fit another dozen or 2 along there. Is it going to be hundreds? No, but could it increase? Yes. The other piece that I'll just mention is that, you know, contextualize the neighborhood. I've heard what they had to say. We did have a parking lot there. We received requests all the time. There was some activity there that wasn't necessarily welcomed by everybody, and we were asked to shut the parking lot down, which did drive, there was then nowhere for folks to park in the park, so we actually had it shut down during several periods of time when there was activities that weren't necessarily, I think the words from the neighborhood said they took over the park. And so then it's been variously opened and closed. We think this strikes a good balance. The other piece of information that I'll provide is that, you know, contextually in this area, we understand that there's going to be a need and a desire for people to access the park. You'll note that immediately adjacent to the park, we have a several $1 million cobblestone landing project. At the immediate south end of that project will be the provision for several hundred parking spaces immediately adjacent to the park that were not part of the plan for the park, but were absolutely a part of the city's plan to accommodate increased demand on the riverfront. So that parking will be, that cobblestone project will be completed at exactly the same time as Tom Lee Park is completed in the spring of 2023, and we expect that parking at the immediate north end of the park to be available at that time when the park opens. I don't have the exact number of spaces, but it can be up to several hundred spaces of that northern end of the park to complement the 68 that are in today's design along the parallel west side of the street at Riverside Drive. So I realize you're short on time.
Okay, Chief, just
Chairman,
one
I'm
question.
happy to entertain any other questions.
Are we not building a huge parking garage just a block away from the north end of this park?
Well, it's 960 spaces, and I understand, that is going to help with the significant amount of parking in and around downtown, but yes, it will be, just a block or two away. The cobblestones parking will represent another opportunity for people to be immediately adjacent to the northern end of the park. And then the parallel spaces will allow people to access the park from different points. So again, it's a balance of many different requirements that we're trying to make a plan that works for as many people as possible. And I know that change is hard for everybody, and the fire chief says the only two things that people dislike are change and the way things are now. And so, and I'm not trying to be flippant, but that is the case when you're trying to make accommodations for many different demands.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Question, are we talking about free parking, or will this be paid parking that
This will
they're
be free parking
requesting?
along the park's edge, and it'll be free parking. It's anticipated to be free parking at the north or the southern end of the cobblestones, northern end of the park.
24 hours?
Well, our engineer, we will look at that. As you know, we've had areas in the city where it's been free and where it's been a low charge. We can consider what we do there, but obviously we come to you all to decide before we decide to put any fee. But today it's considered to be free parking.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Being no further business or comments, this committee is adjourned. Thank you for presenting.
select the 10 sites and then get buy-in from all the principals. And the biggest delay so far was space, trying to identify how much space we would actually need and how much the school could spare. So in some cases, we have more than adequate space. In others, we've had to kind of make do with what was available. But as of today, all sites are open, and we have a total of 916 kids enrolled. We have about another 150 that have not turned in their paperwork yet, but are attending. And we have an additional 45 that are at Sheffield that are through the VOTEC program. So that number shows 11, and those are kids that we're actually transporting daily now to our technical training center. So it's at 56 actually. So you got Raleigh, Egypt with 68, Melrose at 141, Westwood with 82, Wooddale with 60, Tresvant with 16, Oak Haven with 78, Manassas with 54, Hamilton 39, BTW 31, and Craigmont 336. I think, with summer we had another influx coming in, and so we'll have some expanded numbers in the next couple of weeks. I wanted to give you an idea of what we're doing beyond the typical Boys and Girls Club programming, which is a lot of fun activities and field trips and things like that, educational activities. We're really focusing these programs, these 10 sites, or 11 sites, on workforce development and career exploration. So just an example of some of the tours we've taken and site visits we've been on. We've had 3 site visits to the University of Memphis, 2 to Southwest Tennessee Community College, 2 to Lemoyne-Owen, 2 fire stations we visited in the last week, the PGA headquarters, St. Jude Classic. We were able to talk about, we were able to get a tour of all the facilities behind the scenes, the marketing department, the sales department, the golf course itself, a great experience for the kids. One I'm really excited to talk about is a new partnership we developed with ER2 Technology and Recycling. They've already have some of our kids placed as interns, and they've agreed to hire some in the near future. And another one that's really exciting is TD Synex. They've offered us a program where we're going to be placing 10 kids a month, up to 100. They'll be paying them $15 an hour to start in a training program with a $1,000 scholarship if they stay. And once they're hired, they'll start at $45,000 to $75,000 a year, depending on the department that they work in. They did this as a pilot program up in Brooklyn, and it was very successful last year with the Boys and Girls Club there. So we've been working with their leadership over the last few weeks and taking kids out there to see the workplace, and we have some starting as soon as next week. We've also worked with several of our national partners, like Old Navy and a few others, and we've had kids going through retail training. We've toured the Navy virtual simulator, Memphis Zoo, Shelby Farms, Dixon Galleries, and the Hickory Hill Community Center we just went to try to cool the kids off a little bit in this heat. We've also had quite a few presentations from a variety of speakers, everything from architects to police officers, and Step Ahead Foundation, U.S. Navy esports teams. We're bringing in guest speakers almost on a daily basis now if we're not doing a tour off-site. We're running a program primarily at all of our sites now called Odyssey Life Readiness, and it just goes over some of the main topics that we cover: work ethic, punctuality, social skills, appropriate language in the workplace, dress and hygiene, communication, dependability, teamwork, money management, financial literacy, and customer service. So we're running those types of programs and bringing in guest speakers to facilitate every day. And that's been, we really had some success lately with some of the school administration, especially the principals coming in and participating in these sessions. And some of them have actually asked us to come to study hall, and during study hall present to a larger body, and of course we'll be able to recruit more students that way. As I mentioned earlier, we are working with quite a few partners, and we've expanded that list dramatically this year. Some of our larger corporate partners are FedEx, NextAir, and AutoZone, and Juice Plus. We continue to work with them, and we've got another cohort of kids coming from Sheffield that are going to go through the logistics program, and we hope to place them at FedEx in the near future. We still have several working there from last time, and it's one of the young ladies, she's actually now a FedEx recruiter, as well as an aircraft mechanic. That's what she was hired to do originally through her internship. We also have several welders that we've working on getting their certifications. We hope to have them through by the end of the summer, and they're at a variety of the schools. I put just a couple of things that we've done, but we've worked closely with Chief Davis and had several officers come out and make multiple presentations and do just kind of roundtable discussions with the teens. It's been very effective. I'm a big believer in this, and I think it holds a lot of potential as we continue to grow that program. We also had some officers come out and do the DUI presentations, and that went extremely well, and I commend those officers for doing an excellent job. I happened to be at the one they did at one of the high schools. I wanted to give you just a little bit of an update on 2022, even though we had not been in some of the schools but a couple of months. We had our graduation numbers I wanted to show you. So we had a total of 176 seniors. Of those, 176 graduated. 107 are going on to attend four-year institutions. 9 joined the armed forces. 42 went to some tech school. And 18 went straight into the workforce or some combination of that. So we continue to really stress planning for their future and getting them through high school, helping them if they need a tutor or mentoring, and we're doing that as well. But we are seeing an increase in the number of kids that want to go straight into the workforce or some combination. And so I think there's been a subtle shift away, but still the numbers indicate that the majority of them do want to go to college and are going on to college. I had the numbers, I did not bring them with me, but we have a pretty impressive dollar amount on the total number of scholarships all of our seniors received this year, and it was pretty amazing. This young lady is I call her my superstar, but she graduated from our program. She went to Howard University. She's graduated summa cum laude, and she now works at Price Waterhouse in cybersecurity. And she is an amazing young lady, and I just hope to produce a whole bunch more like that next time I come for you. There's a couple of pictures of some kids with some of their scholarship offers, some of the places they're going, and there's some pictures of our programs in action. Always like to show just a few photos of them working, but I'll be glad to take any questions if you have them.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. What time of the day are the kids participating in your program, and what time of the year does it start?
Well, if you're talking about just these high schools, it's year-round, except for 4 schools. 4 of the schools we were not able to get in during the summer. So those 4 schools, we're actually busing kids. We're picking them up from the school, and we're taking them either on these field trips or to our technical training center for certification and some of these other programs. During the school year, my staff gets there at noon, and they're, like I said, they're going into the school, recruiting kids. They're there as a support for the school teachers and the administration. That's worked really well. That's, like I said, they've asked us to come in now and teach classes during the school day, especially during study hall and some downtime. They're there after school, typically until about 6 o'clock. Each school is slightly different because of what the teacher or what the administration has allowed us to do.
I gotta make sure I understand that. So on the average, the kids let out about 2:15, 2:30. So you stay to
6:30 usually.
So it's 4 hours a day.
Right.
And you provide, the students come to, I guess, a certain area in the school, and you go over your different curriculum. How many students did you have this past year?
So far, enrolled in those 11 high schools, there's about 1,000 kids now, counting the 45 and the ones that we're collecting paperwork on. So some of the spaces that they gave us are at capacity already, so we're already kind of negotiating for an additional room or two. Some of them it's not an issue, but I think we'll be able, once school starts back up, we'll be able to get that number dramatically up.
Do you remember how many schools you were participating with prior to the COVID funding that you received? What was the total number?
Of students?
Schools.
Oh, schools. Well, the Shelby County School is just the one, just Craigmont. We were in several other charter schools, like 2 Promise Academies and Cummings Elementary School. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. We've had to leave Cummings for the summer as well because of construction.
Okay, I think you received approximately, was it $3 million in COVID? So how did that impact the group is what I'm trying to find out. Where was the funds used and how did it make a difference?
Well, it made a difference with 1,000 new kids on top of what we were serving last year. But it's what we've used the funds for primarily is staffing. We have 2 full-time staff members at each school, and then part-time based on the number of kids that are enrolled in that particular school. So we've employed a total of about 60 people right now. We've also had to buy everything from fans and portable AC units because in one case we're in what used to be a garage. We've also had to buy computers and basic program supplies that we use each and every day in all of our clubs. So and testing. So we purchased like OSHA certifications. We're going to getting the kids certified in Safe Serve and OSHA, and we have to buy those tests and then pay for testing. So that's part of it. But I can get you a more in-depth breakdown.
Okay, I would like that because she said you got 1,000 more kids. How many did you have when you started?
Well, prior to COVID, we were right at 5,000.
So you're reaching 6,000.
Yeah, we'll be across the organization. I'm just focused here on the 10, 11 schools. But our organization, in counting the charter schools and our standalone clubs, I think our number was actually 4,500 students prior to COVID.
Okay. I mean, so in other words, the funding that you received from the city, it affected everyone. You didn't kind of isolate the funds and say, this is only for these 10 schools, did you do?
No, it's only for pretty much only for the 10 schools. There's some administrative costs. Obviously, we had to increase our HR capacity and our payroll capacity. All of those things changed. We doubled our size almost overnight. So that was probably the biggest challenge, was trying to hire that many people in a matter of months.
Okay, so right now, if you had to say how many students are participating right now in the city of Memphis, what would be the total number of participants?
Across our organization?
In the city of Memphis,
okay.
Right.
We're getting back up to close to 4,000.
Okay, you had said 900 when you
that's
started.
Just the high
and that's
school.
what kind of was throwing me off. How did we go from 9 to, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're at 4,000 for the students?
We're pretty close to that now.
Okay.
Our summer programs across the board are almost all full, so those numbers are going to go up.
And what's the time frame for the summer the kids are participating in your program?
Right up until the week before school starts.
Okay, and the time during the day?
We have an early bird program. They get there at 7 in the morning. Normally they open at 8 and they're closed at 6.
So can a person stay the whole day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate what you're doing so much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Chair, or Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Robinson in the queue.
Thank you for the opportunity, as well as the presentation, Mr. Blanchard. I really appreciate the work that your organization does. I actually toured and been a speaker and presented and just seen all of the work that you do, and it's phenomenal. It's a work that we need to continue to increase. Because you do such a great job and have captured such a large audience among our youth, I was wondering, is during your presentations, if you could include Memphis City Beautiful, or an organization that speaks to like anti-litter, anti-blight, loving your community, involvement and engagement and that type of thing, only because you have so many that you touch every day, and they really excel in your program, and they could be a group that would be an ambassador for, Memphis and keeping it clean, that type of thing. 'Cause we don't have very many places that we can interject that messaging at that level. And so I was just asking because I think that would be a great opportunity, and continue to do the great work that you do, especially in Craigmont. It's a phenomenal program, and I just want to thank you for that. I yield
Thank
back,
you.
Chair.
That's a great idea. I'll look into it today.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you for your presentation on today, but I need you to give me the conceptualization of really what's going on here. I was asked yesterday on a live at 9 about how we invest in children in schools. And when I heard you say today that you were in schools 4 hours a day, in my mind, Boys and Girls Club was for children after school, but you're working within the school. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they getting credit for participating in your program?
Well, credit through the school?
Yes.
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of. I mean, they're technically they signed or they began when school is out. I mean, we're there in the schools helping them and teaching some of these classes. They're getting credit from us if it's during the school day or whether it's after school. So some of these certifications that they're working towards, they'll get from us, like the OSHA certification or self-serve, safe-serve, or some of these others. The CompTIA fundamentals, if they're working in IT, their welding certifications, all those things that they're working towards, they will get once they complete their training. They're not getting, to my knowledge, any school credit from the school system.
Okay. Offline, we need to talk about that because they don't need, if you're in the school in the daytime with students and they're getting certifications, we want them to have credit for them. And there's another organization, Jobs for Tennessee Graduates. You may want to contact them so that we can leverage some of our dollars. So that we can include more children to participate in the programs, and we work together to make sure that they get credit for their time, especially since it's already in the school, that we get vocational credit for, so that everything is tied together. When you talked about you had 176 students, was that the number that graduated this year? How many were seniors? You didn't give us the starting number.
No, those were all seniors. I only gave the only number I gave.
So you're saying that it's 100% of the seniors that participated graduated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would start it out with my 100%. Just making a recommendation, but I'd like to talk to you more about so that we can integrate those programs so that students can get more credit, the school district get credit for the children and what they're doing within the schools, and then we can leverage more dollars. And council members, when we tell people about what we're doing for kids in schools, here's a program that we weren't really aware. I thought it was just an after-school program, but this is actually operating within the schools during the day hours. Thank you.
And I will say that there's 3 other schools that we work with that actually bus kids during the school day, and they're not included in this, that bus kids over to our technical training center every day for an hour and a half. Those schools are getting credit. I forgot, that wasn't part of this presentation, but there's actually 4 now that come every day for an hour and a half, usually around 12:30 to 1:30, and they're taking the various trainings that we do at the technical training center, and they do get school credit for that. In fact, those schools are the ones that kind of ask us to start providing some additional certifications like OSHA and others for them as well. So we just made it across the board in all the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions, comments? Mr. Blanchard, thank you for all the work that you and the organization do. It's been incredible to be a small part of the growth of Boys and Girls Club in and around the city of Memphis. And to Councilwoman Robinson's point, I think one of the really amazing things is that for the city, we're the kind of the alpha omega. We've universal basic needs pre-K fully funded, and all of the programs throughout that. But then at the very end, if I needed one metric, it's the 100% graduation rate. And so if we're getting 100% graduation rate, then I want to figure out how to give you as much money as possible to get more students pumped through there. It really is just a testament to the work and honestly the accountability that your organization has in being transparent about its numbers. And I think that's always really helpful as a legislator and an appropriator to know that that money is going to good use. So again, thank you for all that you do, and I wish you the best.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, colleagues. Item number 2, a presentation on the new Fraser Library, District 7, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman, do you have any remarks?
Okay. Morning, Chair. I just want to thank Director McCloy and also Hazlip Architects. They're going to be online just to give us an update on the Fraser Library, which is very, very, very exciting. And also, we'll be having a community meeting next week for the community members to get another update and get some questions out. But I know we haven't heard or talked about it in a while, so just wanted a short update for you all today.
Great. Am I turning the floor over to Hazlip or Director McCloy, who's kicking this thing off? Chief? Hazlip? Do we have our friends from Hazlip on?
Yes, I am on. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay.
Okay. This is Mary Hazlip with Hazlip Studio. I am not sure if you have the presentation there or if I should share my screen. So I'll take a little bit of direction from you all.
Hang tight and I'll answer that question for you.
Okay. Well, I will just jump in and thank everyone for the time this morning to give you this update. I'm sorry, it sounded like it cut out there. We're extremely excited about the new Fraser Library. It is currently, the current library is only about 7,000 square feet. So this new library, which will be 20,000 square feet, will nearly triple the size of the library. We worked with the community in several different community workshops, 6 different community workshops over the last couple of years and 3 staff workshops to really develop a program that is a direct reflection of the input that we received, but also the needs of the community. As you can imagine, over the last few years, all of the needs of the community have changed greatly. So one of the things that we focused on in the design of the facility was making sure that it was extremely open and flexible, and it could support numerous uses, including outdoor learning opportunities and community meetings. There are areas dedicated directly to early childhood, teens, and tweens as well. And I will try to share a few images. I'm not sure if you have those in front of you or not.
Mary, we have a hard copy.
You do? Okay, great. Thank you. So, with the hard copy that you have, you will see that the location of the library site, it is about 22 acres, but we are using really just the front 2 acres of the site located directly on James Road to make it extremely accessible to everyone in the community, and then anyone that is visiting the library via bus, walking, or by bicycle. It is on a bike lane in position directly in between 2 bus stops, and is directly across the street from the newly renovated Rodney Baber Park. There has also been a lot of input from the community through the Urban Art Commission program. If you are looking at the page 4 of your handout, you'll see the exterior illustration of the new facility, and the large orange box you see on the front is really a placeholder for an urban art designed piece that is a reflection of community input from students and from other artists in Fraser. On the last page, you'll see that the interior renovations, we are just making sure that we we open this up so that it can get as much natural light as possible. It can be a very flexible and open space. And currently we are on track to achieve LEED Gold certification. And I would be happy to answer any questions about the project.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Mary, thank you for that, and also providing the hard copies. We kind of flew through that, but it's great stuff that's happening. I didn't hear you say, but just some things that you can talk about, and I don't know if Director McCloy also wants to hop on that. Anything about the working with MATA and the bus stops, and how that'll flow over, and then talk about any pedestrian safety, because we know we're going back and forth, because you said that new Rodney Baby Park is coming across the street. So want to bring that up, because those are items that constituents have asked me about, even though they'll get to see it at the community meeting next week, still having it for the good of the committee today.
Yes. So as I mentioned before, the library is actually located between two existing MATA stops, but we are working in conversation with MATA to locate another bus stop directly in front of the library. And I have also been in communication with the designers of the Rodney Baber Park to make sure that there is synergy between the two projects, and that we can look at a crosswalk that goes, a protected crosswalk that goes across the street to join these two as well. It is on a new bike route on the street on James Road, but then also on the, I believe it's referred to as the Greenway at that location too, that'll join all the way to downtown. And then also directly in front of our site on that north side of James Road, we are improving all of the sidewalks along that route as well, with a protected green space and plantings and landscaping, so that it'll be a nice path to enjoy.
And Councilwoman, what was the date of that community meeting? Nick?
The community meeting is June 27th at 5:30 at the new Ed Rice Community Center. And they just got new furniture, fixtures, and equipment in last week, per Director Walker. So we're all excited about things going on in the district.
Fantastic. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I hereby adjourn Public Services, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee.
Councilman Colvette. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today, the monthly update from MATA, all council districts. Ms. Malden, name and address for the record, and you may begin. I will say that we're going to have a hard stop at 10 o'clock, so you have 18 minutes, not to rush you, but 18 minutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Bakara Sanderson Malden, 1370 Levy Road, Memphis, Tennessee. Chief of Staff, Memphis Area Transit Authority. And of course, I'd like to start off by recognizing our CEO, Mr. Gary Rosenfeld, who is also in the audience joining us this morning. So no pressure, but we will do our best to slide through our report. Of course, at any point, if we don't get a chance to talk about it during the report, we're always available to answer any questions that you all may have, because we love to talk about public transportation. So of course, our traditional roadmap only has 3 items this month. We'll go over the ridership operational efficiency, recruiting and retaining top talent, and listening and responding to riders' needs. So we start off, of course, with our standard chart that shows the flow of the ridership for each of our routes. And of course, the 36 Lamar continues to perform strongly, along with the 42 Crosstown and 50 Poplar. And then to the I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. To the opposite end, we have the 28 Airport, 37 Perkins, and of course 34 Central and Walnut Grove, 24 Central and Walnut Grove, of course, that are at the lower end. And of course, those bars represent our ridership for the first 5 months of the year. And it's been pretty consistent throughout the year for all of those routes, as you can see. So of course, we continue to trend positively. Ridership is coming back post-pandemic with 239,826 on our fixed route service, 11,009 on MATA Plus, and over 40,795 for trolley. And of course, we were one of the success stories of the Beale Street Music Festival, carrying over 12,554 riders on the rapid shuttle that we were able to have during the Beale Street Music Festival. We had a lot of positive feedback about the service that we provided, and we were very, very excited to partner with the Memphis in May organization to do that. Our on-demand ridership through the end of May, Zone 1 continues to perform very strongly with over 61,000 boardings, followed by Zone 2, 44,105, Zone 3, which is a Cordova zone, at 568. We also are continuing to be very proud of our performance of the Groove on-demand service that we're partnering with the Downtown Memphis Commission and the Medical District as well. So if you see these vehicles riding around, know that that's also a part of your transit system, a part of MATA, with 20,598 boardings so far in that program. Going next to recruiting and retaining top talent. As you see, this is the map, this is the chart that we have shown for the last few months that show the ebb and flow of our recruiting and our retention. And so as we continue, like most other service organizations, to have our issues, we're continuing to perform very strongly in terms of working very hard to recruit the talent that we need to perform the service every day. So this month we decided to focus a little bit on recruiting. We have our all-star recruitment team here. They're on the first row, if you all would stand. We have Cindy Phelan and Jolene Collins. And actually, Ms. Collins is our newest weapon. she's our newest recruiter as a part of the MATA team. And so no pressure, but we're expecting a lot. She's going to be more of a community-based recruiter, going out into the community, getting people excited about MATA and getting people even more excited to join the MATA family. So no pressure, but we're looking forward to big things from you, Ms. Collins. Thank you. And then, of course, Cindy has been a part of our team. I don't want to neglect to mention that she has been a part of our team for a while, and she is continuing to oversee those operations and make sure that we are going where we need to go to get the talent that we need to get. So we appreciate her as well. We're also shifting our strategy a little bit. In addition to retooling our recruiting department, you know, retention is recruitment. And so we've also doubled down on our efforts to show the employees that work at MATA that we appreciate them and that MATA is a great place to work, and we want all of our employees to be happy about that. And so we had our MATA Employee Appreciation Day on May 20th. We had our Maintenance Department Appreciation Day on June 10th as well. And you know, last month we talked a lot about the contributions of the Maintenance Department and why those positions are so critical. Right now we do have needs in our Maintenance Department, and so we want to make sure that those that we have there know how much we really, really appreciate the contributions that they make to our overall organization. We introduced a new series called Meet the Chief, where we work to connect all levels of the organization with the various chiefs in our organization. And of course, I kicked it off, had a meeting with the street supervisors, got a chance to meet with them and hear their concerns and basically introduce myself. You know, I came to MATA about a year ago, and it was during COVID, and so employee engagement has been a little bit of a challenge during COVID, and so we're kicking those efforts back up, and we're kicking off with our Meet the Chief series. Leading into Father's Day weekend or Pops weekend, we provided Mem Pops for all of our employees, and they really did hit the spot. As you all know, it has been scorching outside these last few days, and so it went over very, very well. I think that was the happiest I had seen our overall workforce in quite a while, because everyone seemed to be able to find a smile and a skip in their step while they were sucking on their popsicles, so it went over very well. Lastly, of course, listening and responding to riders' needs. We continue to perform strongly in our digital media as well as our broadcast and print media, which of course the top funding was of course about the potential dedicated funding that we hope to realize through this budget cycle. And of course the social media is performing strongly with a extended Facebook page reach. Our TikTok channel is going very well. Of course that was one of our more recent addition to our social media, and so that's going very, very well. We continue also to utilize our tools in terms of boosting posts so that we can make sure that we're reaching more and more users of social media. And of course, our top news story was about MATA's on-demand service saving our customers money over the cost of driving. Which of course that has been top of mind for everyone as gas prices continue to rise. And so this article of course was one of the more popular articles of the last month. So that was a quick kind of gloss over of our report, and we will be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. And we thank you as always for the opportunity to come before you and present.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Colleagues? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Malden, also for that presentation. I just want to say, as far as the Groove transit, I'm in the millennial generation, if y'all didn't know. And a lot of my friends really do use that Groove all the time. A lot of them stay downtown or work downtown or close to it. And so they're always posting their story kind of like a Uber fashion, but a cheaper and safer way. So just want to say that it is, looks like it's very, very, very just growing and also successful in that. And I know it's with the DMC, but would love to, see in the future and how that could be piloted in other areas, or would it make sense? Getting close to kind of Midtown-ish for different events, such as how y'all were for the Bill Street Music Fest. So just if y'all didn't know, it's a lot of Instagram stories about folks in the groove. So maybe y'all should start a hashtag or something to see everybody who really goes on there. But a lot of my friends are on there. Seriously. So I would like to try it. It doesn't go all the way out to my neighborhood, but I would like to try it one day as well.
Well, we're always looking for ways and considering options when it comes to the expansion of our microtransit services. And so we are excited. I was downtown over the weekend and was beaming with pride also as I saw those groove vehicles driving all around full of passengers. So thank you for those comments, and we continue to look for other ways to expand microtransit. It really does seem to be catching on in the greater Memphis area.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Ms. Malden, for being here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle. Mr. Thomas. Councilman Morgan. Chair Colvette.
Here. All right, Chair observes a quorum. We have 6 items on the agenda. Let's go at the first one, presentation from the Environmental Court. Judge Patrick Dandridge, the Honorable Dandridge is with us, all council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, and to Judge Dandridge, thank you for making time available with a busy court docket. Much like DA Wyrick coming down, I think this is an opportunity for us to understand a little bit about how the process in the environmental court system works, how Judge Dandridge, his judicial philosophy. I know that there's plenty of questions, but I think also for the public to hear that and also understand where our authority starts and where it stops. Because oftentimes we've done our part as much as we can in certain instances, and then it becomes in the hands of another entity, much like drag racing and the prosecution rate. So again, I just want to thank Judge Dandridge for taking time to be here, and I look forward to learning a little bit more about how your courtroom works.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Councilman. Judge Dandridge, you are recognized, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I am Judge Patrick Dandridge. I am the Judge of Environmental Court. I am here because I feel it's necessary for me to inform the council about the work of Environmental Court. I have to admit on the front end that it's unprecedented for a judge to appear and be questioned about the decision he makes from the courtroom, because it has to be fair and impartial. However, I still feel that I can shed some light on the works of Environmental Court since we all are so intertwined. I did bring a PowerPoint presentation. It's going to be about 30 minutes. It is about Environmental Court, and I try to speed it along, but I just want to give you all the information that you need. So let's get started. I want to first talk about the limitations of the court. You have to know I am governed by the judicial canons, and the first canon, and if you can just read it clearly, 2.4, judge should not be swayed by partisan interests, public clamor, or fear of criticism, family, social, political. In other words, the judge must be impartial completely and not even show the appearance of being persuaded in any way. We move to the next slide. Same, the judge cannot comment at all on pending cases or impending cases before the court. Cases that are likely to come before the court as well as cases that are on the court. In other words, do not ask me about any specific cases because I will not respond, okay? But I will respond in general about the process. Next slide, please. I'm going to start at 1983 when the city of Memphis created the Environmental Court, just in case some of you do not know. And in case some of you do not know me, I've been working with blight-related matters for the city for over 18 years, and I've been a judge for the last 4 years. So there's nothing new about blight here, but I will say it is challenging, and I understand the frustrations of everyone, including me, okay? So, but anyway, in 1983, the city of Memphis created the Environmental Court. It had some limitations. Judge Larry Parter, my predecessor, who has endorsed me, was the only judge for 35 years until 4 years ago when I became the judge. I was appointed by the Board of Commissioners, and then I won the election. It was limited in what it could do when it first got started. There were very few cases originally for Environmental Court, and then over the next 8 years or so, it started to increase. And today, I'm proud to say that environmental cases alone, I hear approximately 1,500 environmental cases per month, just to put it into perspective. Next slide. But then in 1991, the legislature changed to give the court a little bit more power. One of the important things was he had conjunctive and injunctive relief powers to compel defendants to come into compliance, and that was a big change. In addition to that, if the defendant willfully refused to come into compliance, the court could sentence that individual up to 10 days in jail. And please be mindful, that's willfulness. That's not having the money. That's not inability. That's I have the ability, I have the wherewithal, and I'm choosing to disobey your court order. And then, of course, in 2000, the environmental court started using community courts. And to this day, we have actively 3 community courts, although I expect working with the city and the mayor to expand that to 5 community courts. And I'm hoping that will be memorandum of understanding will be signed by the mayor very soon. We're all waiting. All right, next slide. I wanted to tell you this. Environmental court consists of 2 courtrooms on the 10th floor and on the 2nd floor. We have morning and afternoon docket. I want to go out on a limb and say I'm the only general sessions criminal court that's really functioning the morning and afternoon dockets. We have 5 community courts, or we'll have 5 community courts every Thursday afternoon. In addition to 1 we're going to have to put probably on a Tuesday afternoon. I have 2 referees in addition to me as a judge. That means that when I can't sit for certain cases, the referees will sit in my place. In addition, I give each referee their own docket. 1 referee is in handle of traffic, and another is in handle of the animal docket. All right, and again, I mentioned 1,500 environmental court cases per month, over 4,000 traffic tickets per month, and we bring in close to 50% of all the total revenue of General Sessions Criminal Court. It's a big court. All right. I want to talk about a little bit of the accomplishments and the progress of the court since I've taken the bench 4 years ago. Not to mention that I would not discount the 1 year of COVID when we had to shut the court down. But nonetheless, I've heard over 50% more cases than my predecessor. Since I've been there, I created the litter docket because the city of Memphis created environmental enforcement and they needed a place for the litter docket. I created a whole new litter docket, hearing over 80% more litter cases than before. I've increased approximately 2,000% the amount of court-appointed receivers who are there to rehab properties under the Neighborhood Preservation Act. And those court-appointed receivers are doing a great job rehabbing the properties. I don't know if you've seen one that was in a commercial appeal today, but that's the Neighborhood Preservation Act. And then the next one, the memorandum of understanding that I talked to you about already with the mayor, we decided to have the community centers around the city be used as our community courts. So that's the plan going forward, and hopefully that'll be signed very soon, and we can start utilizing our community courts again. And then, of course, I created the first set of local rules for the court. The court has been existing for a long time, and it just didn't have local rules, and a lot of people are confused when it comes to environmental court. So we set up the first set of local rules. So everybody, any questions you have about the processes, you can see local rules. Because environmental court is unique in the sense of, I'll go to the next slide. I think I have it. Environmental court jurisdiction covers municipal ordinances, civil cases, and criminal cases. We're very, very unique in that regard. However, I would say about 90 to 95% of the cases are civil, but we do have some criminal court cases, and we hear cases by agreement, some of Arlington, Bartlett, Collierville, Lakeland, and Millington. And I will probably want to add Germantown up there because they just filed 2 Neighborhood Preservation Act lawsuits in my courtroom. I don't know if you can see this because I can't now, but I wanted to give you another view of what we're looking at in terms of what happens in environmental court. And if you look at the screen, you see civil on one side. I'll look at it myself. And then you see in the middle we have some criminal cases, and then on the end, the green is municipal ordinance cases. Those ordinances are from Shelby County. We hear all the Shelby County ordinance cases, and we also hear all of the city code ordinance cases as well. And so you can see some of the cases on the docket, zoning, construction code from the county side, health department cases from the county side, as well as traffic. We also hear from the city side, housing, both residential and commercial, fire department cases, animal docket, as I mentioned, and litter. And then, of course, the NPA cases are heard under civil cases as well as public nuisance. Next slide, please. And this is also the type of cases in court. Environmental court, here's City of Memphis ordinance, Shelby County ordinance, and Tennessee statutes. All right, I want to run through this list. This is real quickly, but I just wanted you to see some of top cases we get from the city: junkyard, parking on the grass, inoperable vehicles, dilapidated structures, which is the most difficult one. I'll explain why later. Animal neglect, fire cases, vacant and abandoned commercial properties, a lot of those, vacant and abandoned residential properties, illegal dumping and littering, as well as renting properties with no air, as well as no heat. County side, we get commercial trucks in a residential neighborhood, which is a violation. Some businesses do not have certificate of occupancy, which they must have. No building permit, no sign permit. They cover the signs, and most permits are covered by the county. Operating commercial business in a residential zone. Auto repair, you can't do that in a residential zone. That's a big violation that we get a lot. Storage of containers. Storage containers, you can't store it unless it's in the proper industrial zone. Overnight storage of vehicles in a CMU1 zone, which is technical, but you have to be in the right zone for that type of business. And of course, only 2 garage sales per calendar year. All right. And in state statute side, we actually hear state cruelty to animals cases. That's a criminal case. Wildlife is also a criminal case. Nuisance under the Neighborhood Preservation Act is not. It's a civil case. Some nuisance can be criminal. Aggravated littering is also a criminal case. All right, for those of you who do not know what the Neighborhood Preservation Act is or what it's all about, just a real quick run through. From the last amendment in 2018, it was amended to be in realm. So right now, we sue the property itself. The property is the defendant. It's no longer the individual. You don't have to chase around and find a defunct LLC. You can sue the property itself, and owners and interested parties have to appear before the court and present a plan on how they're going to abate the nuisance. And that plan must be, the court has to approve the plan, you must have the wherewithal, and the court will watch and oversee the plan during the course of time of rehab. Typically, it takes at least 3 months, if not more, to rehab a residential structure. And then you have, if the owner, and you see down at the last green, the owner does it, submit a plan, the nuisance is abated, the house is rehabbed, and there are no problems. But chances are, the 2 red boxes at the end, what happens is the owner fails to appear or fails to present a development plan, and then the city would ask the court, or the plaintiff would ask the court to, they'll file a motion and ask the court to appoint a third-party receiver, which I have done, and the third-party receiver will rehab the property. The owner of the property has to pay the receiver back, and if the owner fails to do so, then the property is placed on auction sale. And that's the Neighborhood Preservation Act. When I spent a little time on this, without this tool, it is very, very difficult for vacant, abandoned properties. The only tool that I'm aware of, other than the Neighborhood Preservation Act, is for code enforcement to monitor the cases in the field without any teeth, without a receiver. So, and we have over 500 NPA cases right now in court. And right now, if you've got vacant and abandoned properties in Memphis and Shelby County, it is a problem. Before I left the city, I really wanted to do something about that, to have some sort of rehab project in place that had some teeth. But right now, there's none. All right, let's move on. Authority of the court. This is a big issue. All right, $50 fines for ordinance violation. That is state constitution, which I'll show you on the next slide. That's just what it is. I've heard a lot of people complain about, $500,000. Well, if it's an ordinance violation, it's $50 fine. And that's a $50 fine per violation, per continuing violation every day, which has to be proven that the violation continued every day. And then you can be subject to continual violations, which could add up, depending on how long the violation is there. The court can order, as I mentioned before, compliance by any defendant that comes before the court. And of course, I mentioned the 10 days in jail for willful violation. And in addition, I can issue bench warrants for those who fail to appear, assuming that we have proper personal service on the defendant. If I don't have that, then I don't have the ability to issue the bench warrant. And that is important because we get a lot of cases that are stalled because of that. And this authority of the court explains a lot about why cases stay in environmental court for some time. We're trying to get the right party in court. Move to the next slide. For those of you who need the visual, take a look at your state constitution. 1796 has not been amended, and the last time I checked, there's no willingness to amend. And you cannot fine over $50 for ordinance violation unless you have a jury in General Sessions Court. Do not have jurors. All right, move to the next one. I wanted to show you this. This is junkie yard. This is typical of what we see in environmental court. And just so you know, I want everyone to really hear this. Most of the defendants, when the cases last a while in court, are indigent, elderly, or both. Now think about the authority of the court, and then think about your constituents, because we're talking about your constituents and whether or not it's feasible to put an 80-year-old man in jail because he doesn't have the wherewithal to abate this nuisance right here, or we need to find some other alternative. Let's move to the next one. Illegal dumping, I told you about the litter docket. All of it comes before the court. The next one. Fire damage, this is a condemnation, and the next one. Property that look like this go through the City of Memphis administrative condemnation. They do not come to court. So if you see a property like this in the city of Shelby County, that's a property more than likely that should be in the coffers of the city to demolish. Just really understand that. That should be in the coffers of the city to demolish. Now, a recent amendment to the housing ordinance allows an appeal to come before me. So if the defendant does not believe that his house should be demolished, even though it looks like that, he can come before the court and have a hearing. But prior to that, and even to this day, all demolition is handled administratively through housing, the city. So those cases are not before my court. And when they come before my court, they get easily resolved because I tell them you only have a little while for the plan to abate this nuisance. Otherwise, let's just have a hearing and move on. Okay? All right. Most challenging case here, vacant abandoned properties that are dilapidated. Why? Code enforcement. The only thing you can do is rehab it in the field or send it to the court for Neighborhood Preservation Act prosecution. So 500 cases in court right now, and if you ask me, that's where a lot of those vacant abandoned properties should be. But it's a capacity issue, not for the court. It's a capacity issue for those who prosecute. You just don't have enough prosecutors to prosecute those cases. I don't know if you know this. The City of Memphis attorneys do not prosecute these cases. It's by agreement by the district attorney's office. So we have state prosecutors prosecuting most of our cases. Now, we do have, by agreement, some quasi-city attorney who's paid by the city to prosecute, along with the students, to prosecute a lot of our Neighborhood Preservation Act cases. All right, next one. All right, and this, again, we talked about issues. I want to talk about a few issues and a few challenges that the court wanted to bring to everybody's attention, okay? And of course, this is not to knock anybody or to criticize any department, but it is to make the council fully aware. All right, so I don't know if you know, but code enforcement was once housed in the Division of Housing and Community Development. At that point in time, I was the assistant city attorney, and that's when I got involved. We're talking about 2006, 2007. I'm working with code enforcement, and it was a whole different code enforcement than what you see today. Let me just tell you, it was totally different. There was no way to hold them accountable. There was no way to really see what they were doing, and it was operating much like a czar. Like, if you got to the director, you got your property dealt with, so that wasn't going to work. So in around 2009, 2010, somewhere in there about, it became its own division. Now, if you ask me, I like that idea, but I'm not here. So it was community enhancement. It was its own division, had ground services, city beautiful, and code enforcement, and I was assigned as the senior assistant city attorney. My number one task at that time with the housing bubble was to develop a condemnation process that moved it along quicker than a year where you had to put it out for bid. So I developed what they still use now, to my understanding, is that RFP where the city set the price for the demolition and then asked the vendors, would you want to be part of this contract? So the prices for the demolition is already set. That also streamlined the time process. So at that time, somewhere between 90 and 120 days, we were demolishing properties. In 2011, I would say 100 properties a month. We were moving pretty fast. And it was streamlined so that it would move fast. This same model was used for grass, which I still believe is used today. where you have vendors who come and cut the grass, so you don't have to put it out for bid, and we set the prices. Or the city. I was the city for a long time. and I also feel, and I've talked to the Director of Public Works about this, that a junketeer, y'all remember that first slide? Judge Potter called that a junketeer. A junketeer contract would be helpful along the same lines, where you don't have to put it out for bid, just someone who comes and cleans up properties paid by the city. And to put a pin on that, that's just an ideal. I mentioned it to them. But in any case, at some point, the council decided that we had too many divisions and they needed to merge some divisions. So that's when code enforcement, community enhancement, merged with public works, and now under neighborhood improvement. And then I took over in 2016 as the Deputy Director of Public Works over code enforcement, dealing with code enforcement. And one of my main tasks was to make sure that you had supervisors who could supervise the inspectors. And then I wanted to make sure you could see what the inspectors are doing. 311 works if it works, and that is you can actually see what the inspector is doing in the field, because in case you don't know, I can't bring my own cases. No cases come before me that say, oh, that's a blighted property, bring it to my court. So it has to go through the process of the code enforcement officer going to the field, making a determination whether or not this property can be rehabbed or whether or not this property can be demolished. Next slide. Here are my concerns before I listen to some of your concerns. Number one, I have asked repeatedly, and I've met, and I haven't met with this body, but I've met with the mayor and I've met with Director of Public Works. If you're going to cite a rental property, first of all, don't post it. The ordinance, you must engage. You have to cite that person and get personal service. And so cases that come in front of my courtroom where there's posting, well, I've asked the city to get a special prosecutor or a process server to go out to make sure we got the right person. Because just in case you don't know, the only way the city knows is who rents the property, who the tenant is by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So whoever's paying the light, gas, and water bill, that's the only way you really know. You're not privy to the contract between the landlord and the tenant. So I asked, at the time that you cite or post on the property for a tenant, send notification to the owner. Now, I'm going to pat myself on the back. When I changed this process, if it's not 100% compliance by the owner, when the owner get involved, it's about 95%. It's very high. So why wouldn't you at least notify the owner for rental properties? And to me, it's a no-brainer, but it caused a delay in enforcement. And sometimes, I know it's shocking to believe, but these owners don't even know. I know they should know. But at the end of the day, the owners can do something about it if the tenant refused to. Only thing I can do is put the tenant in jail for 10 days at a time. The other thing, the third one, 311 must work. Must work. Code enforcement is complaint-driven. It's not proactive. So you see blighted properties in the neighborhood, and everybody say that's the code. That's the environmental course problem. No, it's like the code enforcement. If you don't complain, code enforcement will not address the problem unless code enforcement becomes proactive. I've heard that term recently. You have to be proactive. You have to go out and cite. In fact, I've had, and I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just telling you cases I see. In code enforcement, cases have been cited, they'll go straight to that property and pass by 15 blighted properties just to get to the one that was complaining. Now, you can get a proactive nature just by citing the ones you see while you're on your way to cite another one. I mean, that's a way to be proactive. Now, there was also, if I may say so myself, there also was the Bluff City Survey. The Bluff City Survey was a survey of all parcel rating from 1 to 5. They no longer do it anymore, but that was a way to tell which property was highly blighted and which ones were not. You can take that number and take the sub-districts in code enforcement and go out and address the fours or fives that are worse. And you don't have to wait on the complaint. I'm just suggestions. Court orders. Only time I issue a court order is when I do not have a proper party before me with the wherewithal to do what we need to get done. Most of the time they're vacant properties, residential or commercial. And I'm just saying before the body, a lot of those court orders are ignored. Now, I have not taken it to the next level to complain, whether it's on the city side or the county side, but I'm frustrated too, because I've gone through a process that I feel this court order needs to be executed. I'm concerned about that. Vacant and abandoned properties, we talked about that. That is still an issue. It will remain an issue until we get other recourses other than the Neighborhood Preservation Act. And finally, and this is not to be mad at anybody, but I am a little upset. When I was the deputy director, and before then, I had a regular communication with the prior judge, and Judge Potter, and one of the issues that are a recurrent issue was when you have indigent, elderly people who do not have the wherewithal to rehab their properties. In those cases, sit in environmental court again, years and years, because we don't have the wherewithal. The body before this council approved $250,000 that went to Public Works for the purpose of these long delays in environmental court. How I know? Because I was part of getting that done, along with the deputy director before me that was part of getting this done, because we knew that was a big issue. For 4 years, I've asked, where's the money? And I'm asking this body, because I've heard everybody wants to be involved, because everybody has to be involved in Memphis and Shelby County. You got all these governmental entities overlap with blight. Where's the $250,000 approved by this body for the purpose of long delays in environmental court, specifically? And most of the time, there were indigent, elderly people, your constituents. I don't know where the money is. I'm just asking again. I reached out to several council people to say, where's the money? I was told something, and I'm just asking again. And even if the money is no longer available, you do have the ability. You do have the ability to assist in some of those long delays. All right, next. All right. I know there was a lot, but that's kind of the frustration I'm feeling. I also want everybody to know that we all are involved. I think I remember the last time someone mentioned about the trustee's office. I'm an elected official like everyone else. We have to work together. If we don't work together, I don't have authority over you guys, and you guys don't have authority over me. But if we don't work together, you don't solve the issue of blight. All right? Questions?
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. There are many inquisitive minds on this body. Before I turn it over to Councilman Carlisle, Chief McGowan, could you do us an honor and answer that one question, which is the question regarding $250,000 related to elderly and indigent folk? Hold on, let me get your mic on. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think that was one of the grants that this council, every year when you have a new chair, the money is placed somewhere else. I think it was one of the council grants that we do as a collective body. And if it's something that we want to do moving forward, we have to include that in our budget.
Absolutely. So what I think Judge Dandridge was referencing is we allocated funding. What I think he's saying, and please correct me wrong, Judge, is it doesn't appear that the funding was ever received. We allocated the funds, but it doesn't appear that the funding was ever received. Am I understanding that correctly?
I would prefer you.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I got you. Stay out of that line of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just talking with the Public Works Director. So the money was never appropriated in the city budget, so it's not money that was unexecuted. It was never appropriated in the city budget. So we'll work on some details on the background about where that was. I remember at the time when this was discussed about having the ability and a wherewithal for a contractor who would be willing to come forward and work on our projects. Many of these are smaller scale. So I do remember there was an issue around the availability of people to come and be able to do projects of that scale. And then if you'll recall the dialogue that we had sometimes when something is identified as an issue, typically it blows up into a much larger issue. There may be an issue of water intrusion into the property, and then when they get there, it turns into a larger issue. So, but I'll get some more details from a public works director, because this is the first time I'm hearing about the 250 again as the issue today. So, but we do have, and many of the things that you all have approved in the last few years is a significantly increased amount of money for assistance to homeowners for homeowner repairs. And so we can get you the full compendium of the projects that we have and the programs we have for homeowner assistance between us, MLGW, and our Public Works Department. So, but I don't have the specific answer on the 250 for you this morning.
Okay, thank you, Chief McGowan. All right, Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Dandridge, thank you very much for starting to understand a little bit about how the court's structured and works. And one of my biggest complaints is the civil penalties, and you're absolutely right. I mean, it's a mountain to climb for constitutional change. I actually didn't realize the length of the process for any sort of public referendum that has to occur at the state legislature and being on a ballot in which the governor is being elected. I mean, that's just, it's unbelievable. I have a few, I guess, questions and a little bit of comments. One of the most important things to this body is, I guess the way I said is, this body is highly, highly motivated to do what it can within its power, whether that be fiscal or ordinance, to give better direction like the Neighborhood Preservation Act. So again, if there are specific things that come up throughout the year, understanding we don't want to have a judge down here all the time, but please feel free to send us a memo from the court with suggestions or guidance directly to the body. That way that there's no hiccups in the supply chain there, or in the communication chain. I will say this body did, with Councilman Ford Sr.'s leadership, appropriate $5 million out of ARPA funding specifically for home repair, specifically more for elderly residents that were on fixed income. And that money's been appropriated to partners like Habitat for Humanity, the Works. So that is in play. If we do need to look at more of an ongoing, recurring bucket to go to Public Works, we're certainly going to have that conversation. I have no doubt. You mentioned something that I'd like to know from a legal perspective. You're a general sessions judge, but are you an administrative judge?
No.
No. Okay. And then, so when you issue a court order,
Is a contemptible offense. It's criminal, and the defendant is entitled to representation because they can spend up to 10 days in jail. So yes, if you do not abide by the court order, you can be held in contempt of court.
And thank you. I appreciate that. The other thing that you touched on, which is something we've had a lot of discussion with Director Connect, is I do understand driving by other properties, going to one, and I think we did the quick math. Literally, they'd never even get to the end of the trail based on the number. And we are looking at ways to expand Director Connect's code enforcement body count. We recognize that is a significant issue. And this is a crazy thing to say based on where we are with our police department, but our police department can write code citations. And that may be something that we have to consider and look at while we're trying to figure out other ways to cite people as they're going around neighborhoods, right? So I think we've got to start looking at any and all solutions possible. The last thing that I just wanted to ask you, just to get a better understanding, and personal service was interesting. I'd love to have a conversation offline just to understand the service versus just posting and how we could attack that. If it's, I don't know what it takes to be a process server, and so I don't know if you can use PSTs, or I just don't know enough, but that's interesting to me. You mentioned court capacity versus prosecuting capacity. And so as the current judge of the court, you feel that between you and your two referees that there's enough capacity there, or would you potentially be open to, or say, I need more money from the Shelby County government to add 2 more referees? I mean, what can we do, I guess? What would you suggest if your court needs the ability to expand capacity? And that may be working with the city attorney and the DA's office to find more contractual prosecutors. I don't know the issues as well as I'd like to, but I'm happy to help figure out solutions.
Thank you. Let me just say, there is no backlog. I've heard that term used for environmental court. There's no backlog of cases. We have not reached court capacity. Our afternoon dockets, for the most part, are still available. Right now, community courts, since COVID, the numbers are down, so I'm not trying to be argumentative about that. But literally, our community courts are not being used right now. I think we just increased from 305 cases to 20 cases in one of the areas. Now, of course, I think the smaller violations, parking on the grass, should go to community courts, and the bigger violations should be downtown. Or any violation that takes too long in community courts, like 3 months, should also be referred downtown. But you should utilize community courts, and it's not being utilized. And I thank you for, my plan is, as we continue to reach capacity with more and more cases, that yes, I will go back to the county commission and say, I need another referee. I think they'll be amenable to it, but we're not there yet. I have 2 referees, and we're functioning pretty well. In court downstairs, the second floor that hears mostly traffic, afternoon dockets are generally available for additional cases if we need to. And what I do is I move it around. We didn't have a litter docket, and my Monday mornings were different. Now that the litter docket is a huge docket now, once it gets to that number of cases, I move the other cases to some of the other days. So if you've got like housing, for example, city housing takes up 2 court days plus community courts. So just understand that it's Wednesday and Friday plus community courts. So I don't think it's a backlog or capacity issue at this point for the court, but there is a capacity issue, as you mentioned, as I mentioned too, in terms of prosecuting the cases. When we first started prosecuting, I was one of the first city attorneys to prosecute Neighborhood Preservation Act lawsuits. When we first started, it was just me and Steve Barlow. We were called the Blight Strike Team. 2 people striking, blight. But in any case, we filed our first initial 114 cases, whatever. We soon realized that we needed more assistance, and that's when the clever idea, a very smart idea, was to use the students at the University of Memphis Law School, clinic students, who there are 10 per semester. They come in, they're very helpful to moving some of these cases along. And then we have the one Neighborhood Preservation Act, I think it's called a leader or a fellow, and that person also works very closely to move the cases along. More city attorneys, possibility.
Thank you. I've got one final question. It may be hard to answer because I know each case is pretty much unique. But one of the, and I'll frame it this way. We are the legislative body that gets the most touch points with the public about what's going on in the neighborhood. And obviously, as you mentioned, you have judicial and legal requirements as a judge to remain impartial and not talk about specific cases. And so I'm not going to ask about a specific case so we don't get into that realm. But ultimately, what we get most of the time is hey, this case has been in environmental court, or it's been in this process, and why are you as a city council member not doing more to make it happen, and why is it, quote, taking so long? You did mention 90 days to repair a home could you lay out context maybe that would be somewhat helpful to us or to the public about how, again, kind of more your judicial philosophy, but how you handle these cases on a time standpoint of like when you may first see them and then when they'll have to come back to see progress, and just a little bit about how that works. Because I think, again, for us, a lot of it is, why haven't I seen somebody out there with a hammer and a bucket of nails?
Well, I'll say this. Every property tells a different story. By the time a property is blighted, there's a story that goes along with it. There's an owner that's elected. There's something that's going on with the property. I look at the code violation before the court. Everyone has to be given due process, and that means given an opportunity to correct a violation. And so I give them that opportunity. That is a discretionary call by the court. I have to make a decision, but you can tell the difference between someone who's trying to make effort to come into compliance and then someone who's not. And that's when the court has to make the decision whether or not to pull the trigger and start contempt proceedings. That is very difficult when you have a person with limited means and elderly, which I told you is about at least 70% of these cases. And I'm just making this up. That's a fact. The other thing that happens is when the cases are in the, let's call the phase or different timeline phase, you don't know what happens. I had a property in my court that at one point in time was given a court order. Then the next thing you know, that property was taken on tax sale. The next thing you know, that property is back in my court. If you look at it, that could be 10 years. But during the time it was taken on tax sale, it really wasn't in my court anymore. Probably should have dismissed it. So every case, I encourage, on my website, environmentalcourt.com, go on the website. If any case number, if they say it's in court, ask for the docket number, and you can see if that matter is still in court. Now, I'm not saying some are not, but it's kind of a convenient excuse to say all blighted properties are environmental court. Okay, so I refuse to say that. It could go through different phases before it's finally resolved. All right.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Dr. Warren.
This is, I guess, just more of a statement of fact and wanting to know if it's something we should do politically. And I think you said 1796, the legal maximum amount that we could levy as a city for a fine was $50. And that, in equivalent of today's dollars, is $1,117.18. So if you think about what the founders wanted, they wanted to give that amount of power to local governments to be able to enact rules and enforce the law. And right now what we've done is we've made that about 1/20th as stiff by just allowing inflation to move forward. And unless we as a state give that authority back to local governments and local courts, it's a lot harder for them to actually be able to enforce things. And I think maybe we should be thinking how we take that to a state level, because really that goes to drag racing, that goes to everything else we've got going on as far as our ability to enforce laws are concerned. And thank you for coming and educating us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. I absolutely agree. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
One of the things that I sort of picked up on, what I think is a resounding issue, was, you quote unquote, so many words, need to find alternatives for the indigent elderly population. My question is, what can this council do? JB and I, we were just having a private conference here, so talking about the constitutional issue. So perhaps this body working with the Tennessee Municipal League, because this is an issue that Nashville faces, Knoxville, even smaller cities within the city, within the state, face when we talk about that $50 fine, because it's universal. So perhaps having a resolution from this body, also talking about the Tennessee Municipal League. But from you, what are some other things that we can be doing as a council to help you address this issue?
If you can deal with that $50 fine, which has been plaguing the state for a while, that would be great. Also, as I mentioned before, we do need some funding. Judge Potter struggled with that for 35 years. It's the same issue. I have inherited the same issue. It is challenging when you have those individuals and they don't have the wherewithal. I had mentioned the junketeer contract. A lot of times it's just junk around the property, inability to pick it up, inability to afford to pick it up. And some funding available to the court, I don't want to say please, but some funding available to the court would be very useful in moving these cases along.
No, when you say funding for the funding to the court, for the court, how does that look? Is that increasing that 250 that you're talking about there? Is it our allocating? One of the things that we talked about in our previous meeting as we were discussing this issue before you were invited was, and this may be, all of this is above my realm, but from the standpoint, does Memphis need its own environmental court? Do we need to lobby the state to do it? Because we have nearly a million people in this county, and just to have one court to handle all of the environmental issues. Our issues, like you said, each property has a story, but we are charged with Memphis. There are other parts of Shelby County that does not include Memphis, but we're charged with Memphis. So I don't know what that solution is. How our help can look in that instance.
The assistance to Public Works or wherever the code enforcement is housed, that will move some of my cases along.
Okay.
And whether it's in the form of a junketeer contract or a contract for vendors to come out to help the elderly or whatever, or in some other form, if you're talking about, you know, small minor repairs on some of the properties that the citizen probably lived in for years and no plan to move. I think the original plan was a forgivable loan or something under that $250,000. And then I also encourage working within the system that we have. Going back to where it was when it started in 1983 as a city court, okay, that's the only authority this body would have. That's going backwards.
Okay.
But to say we need another environmental court, I would wait until this court reached capacity, and this court has not reached capacity. I also would encourage that you have to become a little more proactive in the field as it relates to code enforcement. You just have to. You have to find a way. The current policy, if I'm not mistaken, is called zero tolerance. And forgive me for having all this knowledge, but I was the director. Zero tolerance came about in 2014 when we could not see what code inspectors were really doing. And rather than trust what they were doing, we said you got one opportunity, and if the property is not in compliance, you automatically send them to court. That's not best practice for code enforcement, but it does work. But it will at some point saturate the court, of course. So you see, but you have to try to find a way to get compliance in the field. Now, and to the city's credit, I do understand additional fines or something may be attached for code enforcement repeatedly going out to property. That could be helpful. Something prior to getting to court would be helpful.
Okay. My next comment really is addressed to my colleagues, and first point that I make: appropriation is not our job. We allocate, then the administration appropriates, and then we approve it from there. So, you know, there needs to be greater cooperation and proactivity in bringing this before us. The fact that the contract availability is a problem for me too, because we're looking at a temporary fix for what seems to be a permanent problem or a problem that's ongoing. So when we talked about going through this budget process, and I think about this on a number of things, we're going to have grass to cut all the time. Why do we? And I understand that, you know, there's an expense associated with having permanent employees to do this. But if we're going to have permanent issues, let's have permanent solutions for this. And having a contractor for every issue that we're going to face year in, year out, you know, is an exercise in futility. So when we talk about putting our money where our mouth is, what I would want, and we can do it today, you know, if there's will to basically say, for whatever that $250 is, I'm willing as a councilman to vote for whether it's $1 million, whether it's $2 million, whether it's $3 million, because we all said that whatever it takes for us to have a clean city, we want that. So from the standpoint of what would it take to bring those services in-house, to have a crew of whether it's, and perhaps this can be something that the Public Service Corps can do to go on these particular properties, whatever, you know, I don't know the details of it. I'm a more so big picture oriented along these lines, but is there a waiver that we'd have to obtain to go on people's property for these elderly and indigent? If this makes up the majority of these cases, let's do it. But I still see, and I take responsibility for us, I still see inaction on us really doing anything deliberate and intentional to address this issue, particularly if we're still going to talk about looking at what's going to be a permanent problem, and the only solutions that we have are contractors, which to me is a temporary type of deal to do. If we're going to have these things year in and year out, we should have permanent people and permanent practices in place to address it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I was waiting on a motion. I didn't get it. I'm so disappointed. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge Dandridge, for being here and for the information that you've shared. I'm glad he didn't send the motion because as we've seen today, with the information that Judge Dandridge presented, there are so many facets to this challenge. There's so many touch points. There's so many issues that we're faced with. But one thing we all know is that it's out of hand. It's an epidemic proportion. The city, we have to do something. And I must say that working over the years with administration or with, say, code enforcement and at the monthly level, I mean, grassroots every month, we're looking at certain cases and I'm seeing them every month come back. They're in court, they're continued. And so, hearing your information today, but having that experiential knowledge as well, I see that we must come together and shortly you'll see a presentation for a resolution for a task force because we need to look at best practices. You've offered some information here. The administration has information and has knowledge in this area as well. Not only do we need experts to come in, we need to look at trends and data and see, other things that are happening as far as solutions, because we need a solution. I agree with Councilman Jones. We don't want to just put money out here. We don't want to just, do something for a quick fix, but we need lasting change. And with lasting change, we need to see all sides. But I do know that the code enforcement officers are working extremely hard and, there are challenges out here on both sides. You said that you have to use your discretion. And when you see these cases, using your discretion, sometimes that, takes a little longer. And though that's a process, that's still a matter of discretion. And so, and that's your purview, that's your privilege to do as the judge. But in some cases, it leaves the community hostage because there are some residents that may not be able to afford it. So having that fund would be important, and all of these types of options would be important because right now the communities and the city, we're held hostage to these cases. I know, for instance, there's some on the commercial side. You have a resident that has 60 cars in the backyard that is running a record service, a chop shop, or whatever, and moving one car at a time is not going to help, even though you see progress. And I know you said it's based on progress, but that may be progress in that resident's case, but the community is still held hostage to the 60 cars in the back of the house with the, pests and everything. So, and this is reoccurring. This is, a number of places in our city, cases like this. So even though the information was laid out today, and it makes sense, and I appreciate that knowledge, but I still see the other side where the communities and the residents and the homeowners are being held hostage to these situations. And so it's going to be very important for us to be intentional and deliberate, and everyone coming to the table to find a solution, and one that's going to be lasting. We no longer can work in silos. We no longer can be, well, the judicial is doing this and the legislative is doing this and nonprofits are doing this and these. Everyone has to come to the table and find a real solution. That's what our constituents voted for us as well as for you. And that's what we have to do. And I don't want it to seem as though administration or code enforcement or public works in all these areas are not doing what they're supposed to do. They're just opportunities that we've seen across the board, and we have to act on that. And as I said, colleagues, I hope momentarily when you hear when we present the resolution that we'll move forward, because we must be intentional and deliberate, and the time is now. So again, thank you for this information that added another level of insight. But as you see, we still have questions. We still have things that we don't know and must answer today. Thank you. I yield back.
Logan, I agree 100%. And I agree with your task force idea. By the way, the blight summits that we've had, 3 or 4 over the course of the years, I think you were part of some of the blight summits that we've had, where all the bodies come together collectively. We're talking about county, talking about city. We all are impacted. We're unique here in Memphis because there's so much overlap on this blight issue. that we're not all on the same page. I've met with the land bank officials, I've met with the trustee's office, it's overlapping a lot. And right now, you can tell if you see a blighted property in our neighborhood, whether or not it's in the land bank. That's not to indicate that this is a land blighted property. So I agree, it's gonna take, and I agree with your point she made about the court as well. I think we all are involved in trying to resolve this matter.
And may I respond? Thanks, Chair. When you said, and I appreciate you acknowledging that, because at some point, it seemed as though, well, this is just the way it is. But I'm glad, because even COVID has affected everything, and I think has brought about a change in even the way we were looking at it prior to. But right now, we're at the point to where we have to lay out what everyone is doing and where those overlapping areas are and how we can change that. And if there are gaps, we need to fill in the gaps, because again, the residents and the homeowners and the communities and those elderly people are suffering. And so I do appreciate that, and we're looking forward to everyone coming together to find a resolve, and one that will be lasting. Thank you, Chair Eubank.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for those comments. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge, for coming. I have a few questions. I hear that you're saying that it's 70% of your cases are dealing with senior citizens and individuals not capable of making the repairs?
70% of my problem property cases where I don't have a solution to resolve. So we have cases that, some of my cases that linger on. For example, if it has an elderly person who's actually asking the court for help, I tried to start a partnership program to get other nonprofits to help. That's what I was talking about. Most of those complicated problem property cases involve the indigent and elderly people, correct, 70%.
How many cases of those would you think exist?
I can get you a number.
Okay, I think it would be interesting, maybe some of the nonprofits, like I said, once it's being brought out, will be willing to step up and help some of these individuals find out what's actually happening. But what I'm seeing is not necessarily, I don't think, that group. I'm seeing the old apartment buildings being left out there, in different locations, especially if I get over there to Get Well, some of those apartments. The people call me every day, you basically want to know what's going to happen to what's going up and down on Lamar Avenue. I know you can't get into particulars about individuals, but you got that Wooddale condominium group. It's horrible. It's been there for years, look like. So I guess you tell me that it's difficult to go through the process to get these people prosecuted, to get something done. But out of curiosity, how many people have you sent to jail for failing to comply?
I can't answer that question.
Why?
That's not appropriate for a judge to respond to that kind of question. But I will say this, though.
I'm looking for somebody who has actually received probably the highest type of punishment. And this is what the citizens are saying. Nothing is being done to these individuals. So I'm not asking for a name, but I was just curious how many were actually being taken to that level.
If you're in violation of my court order, willful violation, you assign a public defender, and you are going to be sent to jail. That's period. I don't know what you've been told. I'm just telling you that's the way it works.
But people are being actually sent to jail, in other words.
If you're found to be willfully in violation of the court order, you get your 10 days or whatever I feel is appropriate for that point. The other issue you brought up was commercial properties. I indicated right from the very beginning, abandoned, vacant, residential, and commercial property is a problem. Now, I can issue a court order, in some of those cases I did, to have it demolished. It's going to cost the city, but I issue court orders.
Okay, that's what we need to hear. Yes. We need to actually hear that if you issue such a decree, that it costs the city in order to get the property demolished. People don't know. This is why we're asking questions, because people are actually listening to us today in order to get understanding about the process. We get complaints all the time in regards to the blight in the city, the trash that's coming up later, but we get it, and they're saying nothing is actually taking place. But you're here today, from what I can tell, trying to explain the process. It's not that nothing is taking place. We're limited to a certain extent on what we can do. And if it's about having to pay for demolition and figuring out a way to obtain the property later. That's what we need to know. What do we actually have to do in order to clean the city up? Because that's our mission, clean this city up. That's what we're hearing, by any means necessary. So, okay, my next question. How many cases do you have dealing with Memphis properties on a, overall, basically?
The defendant?
Just Memphis properties?
I mean, is that a name of a defendant?
No, I'm sorry, just properties located in Memphis.
Oh, how many? Majority of my cases are property. All of my cases, pretty much.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
There are
People.
some outside of the city limits in the county. So it's Memphis and Shelby County. So there's some, like in North Haven, most of those outliners are incorporated. So if they're incorporated counties, then they're not going to come before my court. So most of my cases, if not all, majority of my cases are in Memphis, Shelby County.
Okay, you mentioned appointed receivers.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Okay, so the Neighborhood Preservation Act, where you sue the property itself.
Yes.
At some point where the owner
not capable of making the repairs,
then I will appoint a receiver. Now, we have to get those receivers. We've had seminars, we've had virtual trainings to try to attract more receivers, because if we don't get a receiver appointed under the Neighborhood Preservation Act, that's where it stops.
Okay, are receivers contractors basically what you're looking for?
Yeah, and anybody that can
the
come
citizens don't know. That's why I'm asking
That's
you the
fine.
question, and they're listening. Okay.
That's fine. It's contractors, nonprofit individuals, anybody that has the wherewithal to rehab a property. You show me your timeline, you show me your experience in rehabbing property, and you show me your money.
Okay, you have to be financially able to undertake it. And by some chance that the property owner is not able to repay you in a given period of time, then the lien that was placed on the property, the contractor, I guess, can go to court and acquire the property.
Well, what happens is the receiver comes to the court to set the lien amount. So once the property, the nuisance is abated, they come before the court and I look at it to make sure it's reasonable. I set the amount. Then the owner is notified to pay the receiver back in full. And if the owner fails to do so, the receiver can place it on auction sale. It doesn't just take the property.
Okay.
The court-appointed contractor or receiver places it on auction sale. And the highest bidder will get the property, or if there's no high, because the minimum bid is the amount of the receiver's lien. All right? So if you don't get a bidder that pays that minimum bid, that's when it reverts back to the receiver.
Okay, that's a good possibility for neighbors, if they really want to go in and come before you and become the receivers, they can actually make those repairs, and after a period of time, they may actually be able to receive it or get their funds back. Correct. For the investment.
That has happened.
That's right, that works, and I think individuals will need to know that is an option in their various communities if that works. You've reached out to the community, minor repairs. Okay, why do we need, you mentioned too that you were going into, and a memorandum understanding, I think, with the mayor about an additional court, but yet you still say we don't need any more courts. What is that about?
No. I said we haven't reached capacity.
Okay.
I never said we don't need any more. I said we haven't reached capacity in terms of you don't need another environmental court.
Okay.
These community courts that we have are very useful and can help with prosecution of a lot of the cases. So I would like the community courts to be 20 to 30 cases in those community courts.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to get clarity based on what I was hearing in case I was confused, maybe someone else was. But again, I thank you for coming. Thank you for the information provided. And Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Wonderful questions today. Councilwoman Robinson, the floor is yours.
Dandridge, you said something that struck a note with me, because it's my understanding from code enforcement that they cannot turn in, they have a daily limit on their dockets that they can turn in to you for court. So if I send them to, or ask that they go look at a property, I'm making up an address at 1000 Holmes Road, and they see 7 other properties that need to be in court too, they just drive by them, because they know that they have a limit on the docket. Can you explain that process to me?
All right, so there's no limit. There is, you have to be considerate of the days. So housing docket is Wednesday and Friday in my court, and community court's every Thursday. So if you go out and cite a bunch of properties, 80, and you put it on a Wednesday morning, that's a problem. So that's what we're talking about, placing it on the right day docket. And they have the authority to do so. You don't have to saturate one docket and we stay there all morning. You can go ahead on and put it on another day. And I leave Friday wide open. I tell them if you got a bunch of cases got to be heard for housing, just put it on a Friday and we could be there all day. I don't have an afternoon docket. I stay there all day if they're willing to stay there all day to finish the docket, or send it to community courts. But I would want to inform you that the first thing that code does is issue the notice to correct. That's the notice to correct to get them to try to come into compliance. I mean, there people may not even know it's a violation. I'm just saying. But you issue the notice to correct, give them an opportunity to come into compliance. If you're not going to monitor it in the field like it used to be, then that's when you cite them to court.
Okay. So are there any, you have some limitations. Would it be better handled if we had a electronic solution to that, where the person who's writing these citations and sending things to court, where they're asked certain questions and the computer will assign it a certain day, and they know the computer programming or intelligence would know that this day is full, move it to the next one? Is that something that we could look into?
Yes, you can ask questions, because there's a court coordinator that's fully aware for code, and I tell them all the time, do not saturate a docket unless you're going to put, like, for example, we already have 50 cases. You can go ahead on and...
Okay, that's not my question. I'm asking about an electronic solution, not a man solution, not a person, an electronic solution. Do you know of any?
I don't know of any. You have to talk to the Director of Public Works, because the code inspectors cite and they put the date on there. So
okay. So in the news lately, we've had Serenity Towers, and they're looking for some help, some ruling or prosecution. How can we get that moved along, or what is the process? Where are we getting hung up so that this doesn't happen again?
All right, I can't comment at all.
Okay.
On pending cases.
Well, it doesn't have to be that particular case, but it could be Robinson Towers, a fictitious name, and I'm not taking care of my property properly, and I'm not getting any ruling, and I'm not being prosecuted, I guess, because I'm Councilwoman Robinson. But how do we get those things moved? I just don't understand how we just get stuck in time. That's all I'm asking.
I always say that no one understands due process until they're the defendant. And what happens is you're entitled to due process and the opportunity to come into compliance. That's all I can tell you. And
Okay.
I can also tell you that this court is moving with all deliberate speed on any case that comes before my court.
Okay, so there's no. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we develop a study committee so that we can look at what, yes.
One of your very active colleagues may be one step ahead of you. So
She's already, okay.
it may be one step ahead of you, Judge Dandridge. Whenever I hear the term all deliberate speed, I'm concerned. You know why, as a judge. So yeah, I think, it may not have been the best choice of words. But I get what you're saying, as expeditiously as possible. I get you.
Words, and I agree with you on that context, but in those words, the court has to factor in fairness and due process.
Absolutely.
So that's what I referenced that for. Not that.
I know exactly what you meant. I know exactly what you meant.
I understand what this says, but what I'm saying.
Oh, something a little bit different?
Yes,
Okay,
something a
go
little
ahead.
bit different.
I'm sorry for cutting you off then.
That we may want to investigate some of the things that Councilwoman Logan had mentioned, that we probably need a committee to look at what are the best practices, other places, are we using those best practices as it relates to the council and our legislative body? Are there any tools, electronic tools that we can use to improve what we're trying to do to address the concerns of the citizens of Memphis?
Okay, before I take a second on that motion, I know that Councilwoman Logan would like to, I guess give a little bit more context to what she's proposing literally shortly. Go ahead, Councilwoman Logan. And I do want to keep this body in mind that if you look at the agenda, lunch is scheduled at 11:30. And we have several other items to go. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. It's okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm totally in agreement with you. Like I said earlier, there are so many touch points, and my desire is to see that all of us are being intentional and organized as a unit to tackle this frustrating and serious situation. And so bringing everyone, it really is not working when we're working in silos. So if we have a committee here and then code is doing something and we're doing something, as opposed to looking at it and analyzing the data and looking at the trends and what's working in other cities, what makes financial sense, we can make better recommendations and be informed. You can look at academia, pull them in. I think that we've been doing it piecemeal, and it's time for us to bring everyone to the table. Lobbyists, look at, like you mentioned, there needs to be input from state, national. Look at national laws and changing things, pull in lobbyists, and you can have all of these people present to the task force and then come up with the best solution and best practices. But I don't think we are afforded the opportunity anymore or the time to have different groups looking at it separately, because there's so much overlap, there's so many people involved that all of them need to come to the table. So that includes people from council. It includes, all of those, and I'll go present the actual, or I can present it now.
Okay, not now, not now. So Councilwoman Robinson has agreed to table her motion until we have opportunity to address number 3, so we can get the good judge out of here. I know we heard how long his docket is and how much work he has to do. So is there any more questions from this body?
There was.
You have been waiting
Yes,
patiently.
yeah.
We have Councilwoman Easter Thomas up next. But quick question for you. There has been a lot of discussion about community courts. Where are they?
Our community courts?
Yeah, the community courts. Where are they?
Right now, we only have 3 working, and that is Fraser.
Fraser.
We have, what's the other one? Crosstown.
Crosstown.
Right now, and we have Hickory Hill.
And what's the third one?
Hickory Hill.
Hickory Hill. So where are they exactly? I'm assuming Fraser.
I can give you addresses on my website. I can give you address, but one is in Fraser, one is in Hickory Hill, one is at Crosstown, the Crosstown building.
I think you have staff trying to make you aware of the specific address.
And then we have 2 additional. The Whitehaven Community Court was closed, so we're going to replace that with Pine Hill. And then we're going to open up Fraser and move that to the Raleigh Civic Center. So that's going to be changed.
Okay.
And what's that? Okay. Yeah. I think you wanted addresses, like particular addresses of where they're located.
Feel free to address us. Please state your name and the record. And I think most of the members on this body know who you are.
If I could be heard, Carlissa Shaw. My title is Chief Policy Advisor to the Shelby County Environmental Court. The current 3 community courts that we have are located inside of the Hickory Hill Community Center. The Fraser location is the Austin P Precinct.
It's going to be Town Center. That's where it's moving to. And then,
So we're moving to the town center. So it's currently the precinct, this Old Allen precinct.
Old Allen, there we
Old
go.
Allen precinct.
Austin P precinct at the new town center. But
That's
is
what
it,
we're trying to move to.
That's what it moved
Okay.
to. And then the crosstown.
Currently, and then Crosstown.
Okay.
So under the memorandum of understanding that we are awaiting signature from city administration, we did a walkability study to figure out what neighborhoods actually needed community courts. So Judge did a great job of explaining the community courts are where people go instead of coming downtown. And so for us, this is an access to justice issue. So largely people don't have transportation to get downtown or parking downtown. So the court did a walkability study to determine which neighborhoods were in most need of having community courts situated inside the community centers. So we identified Orange Mound Community Center, which the court used to have a community court, but we didn't have one functioning. So we identified Pine Hill Community Center. We identified Hickory Hill Community Center, then transitioning the Raleigh Fraser one to the Town Hall Center in Raleigh, and then maintaining the Crosstown Concourse as a community court. So that will be where we're moving to post the memorandum of understanding with the city of Memphis as far as community courts go.
Thank you. I know we have Councilwoman Easter Thomas in the queue, Councilman Cowley, followed by Councilman Robinson, and then I'm gonna act like y'all haven't asked any other questions. We're gonna shut off and let the good judge lead. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I don't mean to prolong, but since we kept talking, more thoughts came up. So if there's not a backlog, Judge Dandridge, in environmental court, and you say we're not seeing enough in the community courts, what do we tell our constituents who call us that the issue is? Is it that stuff isn't getting from 311 and code to y'all? Is it that it's not getting on the dockets? What are we supposed to say about the court and the issue? Or are we supposed to say there's no issue with the court, the issue is with blank?
The issue is blight, and you have to.
No, blank.
No, blight.
No, I'm not saying it. I mean, blight is the issue. I'm saying for constituents who say, we've sent so-and-so to court, we've sent them back to court, this is an issue, we've called code about it. What are we supposed to tell them? Is there an issue with court? Or is it someone, an entity, not blight? Yeah, blight is definitely the issue. What is the issue is what I'm trying to see, what I'm supposed to communicate.
I tried to explain the complication with overlapping different agencies. It's very convenient to say it's an environmental court problem. I'm here to tell you that it is not. Okay? I am here to say also I am challenged with the restrictions that I mentioned in my PowerPoint of what this court can and cannot do in terms of effectiveness to eradicate blight. So there are some challenges. And I did point out, and I'm not picking on code enforcement by any reason. I mean, there are a lot of good people in code enforcement, but I am telling you that's where it starts. You have to have that body corrected first. The 311 complaints got to come in properly. But there are cases that are problematic, that are in environmental court, indigent and elderly people, as I mentioned before, that presents a challenge to the court. However, I would like the body to really fully educate it, don't accept it is a code environmental court problem. First find out, is it an environmental court? And my chief policy advisor can assist any council person, and I offered that before, on any particular case in terms of if that case is still in court. Because you may not know where it is. You may not know it's on tax sale. Now you may not know. You got to educate yourself and not see a blighted property and assume, is what I want to say, that it is an environmental court problem.
So how do we get more cases to your court? How do we fill your court up?
Well, code enforcement
and the community courts. How do we
code enforcement
pack it?
Cite properties to my court.
Okay. So and that's the way, right?
That is the way. Code enforcement, the health department, construction code on the county side, they all, fire department, they all cite all the cases to environmental court. When they can't get compliance in the field, and I'm gonna say it just like that. So when you can no longer get compliance in the field, you send it to court to get compliance. And I wanna also mention that the court works to get compliance. So the court is working to get compliance. If the court cannot get compliance, the court can easily set it for trial, but you know what happens? It goes up to the Circuit Court of his appeal, and it starts all back over again, de novo. So,
Okay.
so the best solution is to get
Judge,
compliance in.
Explain de novo.
De novo means to start over again.
There we go.
And so the case, literally, the facts of the case, the issues, start over again in a higher court than general sessions.
Okay. And last question, for the Neighborhood Preservation Act, how do citizens find out which properties are able to be taken as receivership for that?
Great questions on my website. Shelby County Environmental Court, we list the cases weekly, the ones that are available to be for the receiver to file, and the application is online as well, and instructions on how to do it.
Can you, for the public listening, can you give out your website?
It is ShelbyCountyEnvironmentalCourt.com.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions. Brevity is the word for now on out. Councilwoman Robinson and Councilwoman Logan, and then I'm just gonna act like I don't hear anybody talking to me. Oh, Councilman Canale, oh Lord. Councilman Canale, sorry, you're first, then Councilwoman Robinson, then Councilwoman Logan, and then don't talk to me. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Judge Dandridge, for being here. I think that you've heard a lot of the frustration that we hear on a daily and a weekly basis. We've heard some really good information. I think that talking about the houses that you send to demolition, that would be good to know, for us to know. So we increased Director Connect's demo budget this year. If we need to increase it again next year, that would be something that we need to talk about. Councilman Morgan, Carlisle, Warren, and myself hosted a town hall in the Berkeley neighborhood, and I think that you could probably take the same town hall and move it wherever in the city and hear the same complaints. And their frustration was, which we've talked about today, a continuation of cases, and I know that they need to be given due process and a time to come into compliance. And if I were a betting man, I would say that more do not come into compliance than do, and there's never any resolution. And that's where the frustration comes from our constituents and from the neighbors, is that they feel like that it's been cited, it's been gone to court, and then they're calling us back 3 weeks, a month, 3 months, a year later saying nothing ever happened. So as you stated today that your court's not full, and this would be a question for Director Connect. Director, how long does it take you to get a housing case into environmental court and onto the docket?
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, City of Memphis. Statistically, 2 to 3 months. It takes from when we cite a property owner to court, it takes 2 to 3 months to get it on the docket on average. Now, that's standard cases, not emergency cases, which are handled differently.
Explain that time frame of the 2 to 3 months.
So, as the judge alluded to, about 25% of our cases are from 311. There's 75% are proactive by code enforcement. I want to be clear, our inspectors are proactive. But once an inspector gets a complaint, within 5 days we have to investigate it, and then we'll issue a notice to correct, a notice of violation. And then compliant, depending on the type of violation in our ordinances, which gives the various timelines to correct, we go back. If the property is not in compliance, then technically at that time, the owner, can give a citation to court by the inspector. So let's say it's a grass cutting. He has 7 days to cut the grass. It's an occupied property. If he goes back, it hasn't been cut in 7 days, we'll cite the owner to court. And then from that date, once it gets entered into the system from where we manage our dockets, our cases, it'll take 2 to 3 months before it actually is able to get on the court docket.
So that's my question. If the director has done his due diligence through code and it's ready to go to court, why, if the court is not full, does it take 2 to 3 months after that to get it on the docket?
We don't control the docket. How many cases are on the docket, sir? We
Judge Dandridge, could you speak to that?
Is the question why the docket is not full?
No, it's if the docket is not full after code sends everything that is required, why does it take another 2 to 3 months to get it on the docket, as Director Connect just stated?
Okay, so the clerk's office is the one that set it on the docket. And I don't know how long that process, but it's the General Sessions Clerk Office. that
Well, I'm
actually-
just asking for, because there's a lot of neighborhood leaders listening. We've all got a lot of questions.
The
Is to
number-
explain the process on the time frame.
The date, that's the General Session Clerk's Office question. The date that is set by the inspector is generally the date is set in court. Now, the processing of it and the place it in court, if the inspector don't turn it in on the time, and this is seriously a General Session Clerk Office question, but if they don't turn it in a timely manner, they might not make that docket date that the inspector put on the summons or the citation. But generally, it's the date on the citation. So
Okay.
they set that date, and that's the date is in court. And to your betting man question, there are more compliance cases than non-compliance. Bet on that. I mean, there are more cases that actually come into compliance. You don't hear about it. So when you're dealing with blight, all you talk about, no offense, but all people talk about is the blighted ones that don't get resolved timely. But there are a lot that get resolved timely. A lot.
I understand that, Judge. Okay. I'm just saying that we are dealing with a tremendous amount of blight, as you know, more so than the city's ever seen. It's our number one complaint besides crime, and I think that those go hand in hand to a certain extent.
Correct.
And that was a no direct to you. I'm just saying that some people out there, especially out of town property owners, are not going to act until it gets ratcheted up a little bit. Just giving them the opportunity to come into compliance is usually, I'm saying in a lot of cases, in my district, is not enough. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Council, I have no idea where we are. Councilwoman Robinson and Councilwoman Logan.
I have just a quick question. I just am interested in knowing why we closed the court in Whitehaven, and the county did contribute some money to open the court in Whitehaven. So if something happened, I think both bodies should be addressed to why. Not just the city council, but the county needs to know as well. Okay.
So, Councilman Robinson, I'm happy to answer that question. When I came on board to Shelby County Environmental Court, there were actually no written agreements or contractual understandings between Environmental Court, Shelby County, and any of the community court partners. We received notice that building that was in Whitehaven was actually owned by the airport. And we received notice from the airport that they could no longer provide the building access to us. At that time, that's when we decided to enter into an actual long-term agreement with the city and actually move the community courts inside community centers. So the memorandum of understanding that we created with the city of Memphis will be a 10-year agreement so that we will have consistency for the next 10 years of how the community courts function and where the community courts are. The determination was made to remove it from Whitehaven to Pine Hill because there was nothing servicing South Memphis. And when we did the walkability study, we determined that Pine Hill is the closest thing that bridges Whitehaven to South Memphis so that that area would be covered. So those were the determinations between moving the community court from Whitehaven and then creating the community court at Pine Hill instead of creating another one in Whitehaven.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Robinson, thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
I just had a quick question. Are the Judge Angel, are the referees at the community courts able to dispose of cases?
Yes.
They are. Yes. So those would never even have to come to your area. And you have how many referees for? Is it one at each community court?
Currently, I use one person, but there will be two. Because the one is on Tuesday, more than likely it's going to be handled by the other referee. But generally, I use the one referee for most of my community courts. And again, these are the ones that can come into compliance really quickly, 3 months or so or less, and they are disposed of. If you park it on the grass, for example, you park it on the grass, the car off the grass, and you place them on a court order, and then the matter's dismissed.
Okay, and last thing, does your office keep, or do you all have access to data in terms of like how long the average case stays in your court, what types of cases come before your court when they're continued, and how long will they continue, that type of data?
I have been challenged by the Odyssey system, but I've asked those questions to see if we can get percentages and data, but I've been challenged by the system the General Sessions Court is using to get that kind of information, but I'm going to keep trying. I'll let you know if I can get it.
You mentioned earlier about the clerk's office handles the dockets, but the cases that are continued, is that solely your office or some other entity involved in that as well?
And the cases are continued for compliance. I'm resetting them for compliance.
That's totally on you. So however long they're continued, that's at your discretion.
Right, but
Okay.
you can't look at it like that. You got to look at it as there are multiple situations going on. Do you know? You might not know this, but if there's one party, like a tenant, that was cited, and then that tenant moves out or something happens, and another tenant come in, we might do a substitution. So that case can continue, but it's not the same case because it's not the same defendant.
Okay.
And sometimes the owner can take possession of the property and then fix it up and come into compliance as well. So just looking at the history and the length of time by itself in isolation is probably not going to give you the true answer, but my chief policy advisor can assist you in trying to give you some information on particular cases and try to inform the public about why the case was continued.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Connect told us that it's about 2 to 3 months from the time they cite it until it's put on the docket. And I'm trying to understand this for people at home, and you don't put it on the docket. Who puts it on the docket? What office is responsible for putting this on the docket once it occurs?
The clerk's office.
Okay, and who is the clerk that is responsible for this? Which clerk is that?
Joe Brown.
Okay, so it's Joe Brown's office that does this. So if there's a delay, then we should ask why there's a delay at that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know it to be a delay.
So
only thing that I'm aware of is if you don't turn it in time, and I think it's like 2 weeks or something like that, then it doesn't get on the docket. That's all I'm aware of. Like sometimes they try to turn it in 2 or 3 days before the date, and that's become more challenging. But emergency cases, we got another way to, sometimes they call and confirm, yes, place it on the docket. But for the most part, I'm just not aware of that delay.
Well, but we're hearing that there is a delay there. So I guess maybe there needs, I don't know, we're trying to figure out what's slowing it down. And you're not being slowed down. You've got capacity, and we're turning in things. So there's some sort of black hole there that is 2 or 3 months that we could speed things up. And we'll maybe ask some other questions on that to see, because that's not your bailiwick. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. So when the process server or sheriff, there's always a court date associated with whatever particular piece of, whenever they're trying to give notice or let the constituents know when their court date is, they have to have it in 2 weeks prior to the court date. If they come within that 2-week window, what happens is the clerk's office sets it out for another particular date. So that's probably will cause the delay that we're discussing today, but you have to have it in within 2 weeks prior to the court date. If it's 11 days, it's not going to be sufficient. You're going to get pushed further down, so that could make up for some of the delay. Judge, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We can't call you in short notice, and we thank you for coming. Now, I'm telling you from this body, speak for this body, we appreciate you showing up here today and taking some tough questions, because I know some of my colleagues are pretty thorough. So thank you so much for being here, and that's it from us.
All right, thank you so much, and I just want everybody to know that we have to work together, and I think Councilwoman Logan said it best, whether it's a task force or not, we have to work together, but I am doing my part. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so colleagues, that concludes item number 1. Item number 2 has been held. We're gonna go quickly to item number 3, brevity, because I'm gonna cut it off quickly today, I promise I am. Item number 3. Item number 3, resolution to create a blight and illegal dumping task force to provide recommendations to the Division of Public Works and Solid Waste for implementation of best practices. I think this probably should be amended to include working alongside the Environmental Court for the prevention and mitigation of blight in the city of Memphis. All council is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for the same 9 minutes. Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours. Then I'm immediately going to go to Councilwoman Robinson because I know she had an idea to address this item.
Okay.
Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours. Can we get a motion to second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Corvette. Go ahead, Councilwoman
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Colleagues, this is a resolution to form a blight and illegal dumping task force. Memphians look to us as representative to help mitigating illegal dumping and blight. However, as we know and have just had a long discussion, have heard from our constituents, there are many touch points in local government related to illegal dumping and blight. It is my desire to see all interested parties working together intentionally and as one organized unit to tackle this extremely frustrating and serious problem. We need a structured meeting of those with institutional and community knowledge to come together and analyze data and trends, look at what's working in Memphis, what's not working, look at what's working in other cities, and what makes financial sense, and make recommendations for best practices. The mayor in his budget has shown the administration's commitment to preventing and mitigating blight and illegal dumping by expanding an illegal dumping unit. As they begin their work, I think the council can support this effort by bringing together subject matter experts and the community and make helpful recommendations. The last public safety task force the council formed made recommendations to city HR and to Memphis Police Department that are in place today and helping to recruit officers. This is a prime example that task forces have a history of making realistic and effective recommendations. I'm open to hearing my colleagues' thoughts on the formation and details of the task force, though I believe its current makeup now is representative of the community and the experts in this topic. And I will read a portion of it for your hearing. This is a resolution to create a blight and illegal dumping task force to provide recommendations to the Division of Public Works and Solid Waste for implementation of best practices for the prevention and mitigation of blight and illegal dumping in the city of Memphis. Whereas the Memphis City Council has previously affirmed blight and illegal dumping prevention and mitigation as a legislative priority for the body, and whereas it is prudent to think and act intentionally in order to prevent and mitigate blight and illegal dumping in the city of Memphis, now therefore be resolved that the Memphis City Council, committed to reducing blight and illegal dumping in the city of Memphis, establish a blight and illegal dumping task force to provide recommendations to the Division of Public Works and Solid Waste for implementation of best practices for preventing and mitigating blight and illegal dumping throughout the city of Memphis. Be it further resolved that the blight and illegal dumping task force shall consist of 2 self-nominated city council members, the city's directors of public works for their or designee, the director of solid waste or designee, a representative from the City of Memphis Office of Neighborhood Improvement, a representative of Memphis City Beautiful, a representative from the Memphis Public Service Corps, 2 City of Memphis Environmental Court enforcement officers to be selected by the Director of Public Works, and a City of Memphis Code Enforcement prosecutor. Ad hoc committee assignments and details are listed on this, are listed on the resolution, and I so move.
Been moved and properly second, twice. So y'all take whichever motion and second you want to use today. All right, I know Councilwoman Robinson's in the queue. I think you heard Councilwoman Logan discuss the purpose of her resolution and the creation of the task force. Would you like to amend or offer a different motion where you see clarity? Councilwoman Robinson.
That the maker of the motion add someone from the IT division so that we can look at some automation that may improve the process as it's being discussed. And they can look at other, areas, because we don't have anybody here that has the technical experience on this committee. Thank you.
Okay. Office of Performance Management, accepted.
Okay, the friendly amendment is accepted. Any other questions from this body? It appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of this chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues.
As amended, and make sure we note there's the same 9 minutes request. All right, item number 4. Resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $334,770 for FY22 ADA curb ramp cover line project number PW22300 to curb ramp ground 64 project number PW22302. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion to second? Properly moved and second. Is there anyone from the administration that's going to speak to this item? If not, I'm going to hold this item because no one wants to talk to us today. Chief McGowan, Manny, somebody come talk to us. because I'm inclined to hold it. There we go. I knew someone loved us
My
today.
apologies, Robert Kinnick, Public
No
Works
worries.
Director. Yes, so as you can imagine, we actually get funding every year to replace curb ramps throughout the city. I mentioned this when we went through the CIP budget process, how much, where we are in terms of proceeding with replacing bringing all of our curb ramps to ADA standards. So this is an actual allocation to a contract to do that work from the funding that was approved for FY22.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 5, resolution approving the donation of a portion of city-owned property for a nominal fee in the amount of $1 located at 292 RR Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, parcel number 012-001-00065, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Carlisle. Mr. Osborne.
Yes, sir. Carlton Osborne, 125 North Main, manager of real estate. This particular property has been requested by the Church of the River, or the First Unitarian Church, to expand their playground area near the church. They have, in return, basically guaranteed that they will provide the city with an easement that will connect Martyrs Park to Big River. So once that design is complete, they will grant us the easement, and this was a way that we could do all in one by them expanding their playground, which they're requesting approximately 3,400 square feet to do that. And then in return, they will guarantee that they will grant us the easement once the design is complete. And we're just asking for your approval for that.
All right, we have 2 questions. Councilman Warren and Councilman Carlisle.
I didn't see that guarantee of an easement in this resolution. So it's not written down anywhere. So where was that written, and did I miss it? Could you show me where that is?
Right. Well, yes, it is actually written in the 3rd whereas statement. It states that the church has committed to providing the city of Memphis with an easement for the purpose of building a portion of a trail on the church property. And it's there's an attachment B where there's a rendering of what we plan to do as far as the trail is concerned.
Thank you. That's great. I appreciate it.
And what we will do after, once the resolution is passed and before we execute the deed, we'll create an MOU that will commit the church to providing us with the easement.
All right, Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours.
Yeah, mine was similar to Doc. I don't see, you're saying in the 3rd whereas, my 3rd whereas is whereas the Church of the River has requested a portion of the property be donated to the church for a nominal fee. So where am I missing the
3rd whereas statement?
That's the 3rd whereas statement on my
We must need an amended
document. I see the exhibit, so I mean, I get the point. I just, again, yeah.
That's a previous version.
Yep.
I've got the new version.
Yeah, we didn't have the new version when we went through it last night,
I
okay?
didn't understand that.
All right.
One quick second.
I'll bring you the amended version.
Turn has committed to providing.
Mr. Osborne, while Councilman Carlisle is diligently reading the document,
I got it.
Could we get a copy of the updated version before 3:30?
Yeah.
Sure.
And so what I would say, yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah. Can we kick this to, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'm fine.
All right, it appears that, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Johnson.
It's not going to be on.
I have a question, please. You're saying that the church is using it to extend their playground?
Yes. The church has a playground on their property, and in order for them to extend their playground, make it larger to serve more of their constituents. What they would like to do is take a portion of our property, which is adjacent to their playground property, and expand their playground. And that requires us to deed that over to them.
And I'm looking at this picture, but it's very hard to see the diagram, how they're going to make an easement.
The easement is separate from that. It's a totally different thing
So
from
is
the
that
playground.
our property, or they have property that they are going to give us easement on?
The trail will run alongside on the church's property, and they're going to provide us with an easement so that we can construct the trail.
They were talking bad about us already.
I first said, is it their property? That's what I was trying to figure out, how you going to expand this. Okay, I was looking right here, they gave me this.
See, here's the map.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Okay.
And Chair, if I may, I think what I'd say just for the language, which I know it's a little bit more aspirational, is, and I'll make the amendment later, Chief, but I wanted to be clear that mainly for the city, basically to say that the easement will be granted to the benefit of the city at the city's sole and absolute discretion. Not to be, I mean, I wouldn't even add unreasonably conditioned, delayed or not, because I know these things can change as they start to work out. And I don't want the church to think that you guys have an obligation to sell them the property if you guys are unsatisfied with the easement for the access. So just to strengthen that language up on our end.
And that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But we've been in multiple discussions over several months on this arrangement. So they are absolutely aware of what we're trying to do, and we are aware of what they're trying to do. So we've been negotiating this for almost a year now.
Absolutely. So since we do not have the updated version, I think council members will want to actually take a look at the actual language. I would suggest that we vote on, I guess, won't be on to next time. Okay. Send it down with that recommendation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So send down with no recommendation. And hopefully we can get that updated resolution quickly. All right, item number 6, resolution transferring $447,800 in AE funds for the Cobblestone Landing Project number GA01004 to construction funds in the Cobblestone Landing Project GA01004, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night missions. There's moved by Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Director Blinn, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, Manny Glenn with the Division of Engineering. So this is the cobblestone restoration project that is actively going right now. We have identified some additional funding that's needed for construction. So what we're asking the body to do is we have some A&E funds that we would like to allocate and appropriate towards construction. So the request today is for that transfer of those allocations. I do want to make a slight revision on the resolution itself for the record. The resolution states that it is for TDOT is, because this is a grant-funded project, there is TDOT funding associated with it. And currently, the current resolution that you have shows a allocation of $259,000 for TDOT, and that should be the $188,800. And then for the GEO bond with the city, it should be the $259,000. So the red lines on that is correct. The resolution, however, is flipped, and we'll get the modified resolution to council staff this afternoon for the same 9-minute request.
Friendly amendment accepted. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much. This adjourns this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Today is June 21st, and let's see, it is 12:50. I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Mr. Crichton, please call the roll. Present. Okay.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Awesome, awesome. Let's see. Colleague, we have 4 items. We are going to move to number 3, and we'll start with the presentation, which is a presentation on Text 911 by the Memphis Police Department, and this is requested by Councilwoman Swearingen. Let's see, who is here going to, okay. Chief Jones, thank you so much for being here, and you please state your name and your address. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Derek Rogers, Emergency Communications at 79 Flicker Street.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to show you a brief slide on our Text 911 and our 2021 data. Thank you. Just a brief announcement. Memphis has been using Text 911 since 2019. We were the first, and in the state of Tennessee, so Memphis is on the cutting edge of this technology. And to date, only 55 of the 178 centers are using 911. So again, Memphis is on top of this technology. Yes. And this is our call stats at a glance from 2021. You can see the number of 911 calls we answered. So it's a high volume, 684,000. Our text 911 was only 4,600. But again, considering the number of calls we had, that is a lot for new technology. Seeing the stats from 2019, since the inception to 2021, it almost doubled in text messaging coming into our center. And if there are no questions, it was a brief presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you.
You recognized.
I'd just like to remind, how you doing today, by the way?
Well, thank you.
People are listening, the general public. Explain to them how you actually text 911. I know it sounds simple, but let people understand the process.
Text to 911 is just as it is, simple text messaging as you text your friends day to day. Instead of putting a name, you put in the number 911 and you enter the abbreviation, correction, you enter the language you want to text to us. We receive it in our queue that's labeled text to 911. We have some trunk messaging where the caller is asked or greeted just as they are with a voice dial. Memphis Police, do you need fire, police, or an ambulance?
Okay.
And they respond in accordance.
Okay. They have to give their address?
Yes, ma'am. So we ask the standard questions, your location, what's the nature of your emergency, and we proceed in the simple interview as we would a voice call.
And now the numbers you presented, you received that many text messages this past year?
Yes, ma'am,
Strictly text?
4,600, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Let the record show that Councilman Jones has joined us. So would you say that texting, would you speak about efficiency, how efficient is it in emergencies? How do people use it? What are most of your calls, the texts come in for?
Yes, ma'am. So if you are in an emergency, if you are having a crisis and you text the 911, that queue pops up. It's a window where we are able to select it. Once that queue is selected by one of our operators, they go into our not ready mode, so they are only handling that text to 911.
Okay.
If that call taker does not receive a response in a certain amount of time, we give them 2 minutes. But because of technology, there is a location attached to that text. So we can, in turn, generate a location, create a call to have officers check that area, just as we would a standard 911 call.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? I'd like the records also show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us. All right, there are no other questions, so we thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next is, we're going to go to number 4. Item number 4 is an update on the Group Violence Intervention Program from Administrator Johnson. All council district requested by Councilman Warren. And, okay. Please give your name and address for the record, and then you're recognized.
Tiffany Collins, Director of Strategic Initiatives, City of Memphis, 125 North Main Street. Chairwoman Logan, do you all have the presentation that you do? Okay. We presented in December on this program, and one of the...
Okay. We do have the presentation.
Okay. Back in December, one of the changes we said we wanted to make after I started in October is that we wanted to hire an administrator to lead the GDIP team, someone who could be a dedicated resource and be of benefit. So in April of this year, we hired Mr. Jimmy Johnson. He has over 12 years of law enforcement experience, believes in community policing and community engagement. So I'm going to let Mr. Johnson take over and give the presentation on GDIP's current situation and status. So,
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Right, come right up, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to give a brief overview of the Group Violence Intervention Program for the City of Memphis. I will start with the purpose. The purpose of the GFIP program is an alternative approach to violence reduction by engaging at-risk individuals affected or who are vulnerable to gun violence through suppression, intervention, prevention, and community engagement. Thank you. We hope to accomplish that purpose through 3 areas: intervention, outreach and support, and focused deterrence. GFIP receives support from experienced advisors to implement the best practices and works with local stakeholders to provide services tailored to the unique needs of Memphis. Since August 2021, the GFIP team and partners have participated in over 300 hours of training with the following organizations: the Hospital Alliance for Violence Intervention, also referred to as HAVI, the White House CVI Assessment Program, the National Network of Safe Communities, and Urban Peace Institute. In each respective area, up to date, the Focused Deterrence holds a weekly review of recent gun-related incidents in correlation with Memphis Police Department, the multi-agency gang units, the District Attorney's Office, the Tennessee Department of Corrections, and Memphis Shelby County School Security Department. This collaboration helps identify those at-risk individuals and intervene in possible retaliatory violent crimes. Our intervention area is divided into 2 pieces: the street intervention, which is a program designed to provide ongoing engagement throughout Memphis to discourage recidivism and instill positive choices and mediate ongoing disputes between violent groups in the city. Our hospital intervention has a partnership with Methodist Labona Trauma Department to provide support to juveniles that are affected by gun violence. Our outreach and support area has developed partnerships with local agencies to provide life enrichment services to those at-risk individuals, such as job support, expungements, and counseling to individuals identified through the Focused Deterrence Program and intervention programs. The pressing question is, how does GFIP help reduce crime? We identify these at-risk individuals through intervention in our focused deterrence areas. Then we offer and guide them to services and programs to obtain personal success and security. These individuals realize lifestyle changes and alternatives to the gun and gang violence that they are subject to. If you look at our street intervention referral stats, you will see that our street intervention team has contacted or engaged with approximately 756 individuals in the city thus far from July 2021 to May 2022. 252 of those individuals actually accepted the assistance and referrals. The team is broken down into 5 quadrants that cover the cities in its entirety. Quadrant 1 would be the northwest quadrant, which covers Raleigh and Fraser area. Quadrant 2 would be the southeast quadrant, which covers Mount Moriah and Parkway Village. Quadrant 3 would be the southwest area, which covers Westwood and South Memphis. Quadrant 4 would be the northeast quadrant, and it covers the Summer Corridor and North Memphis. And Quadrant 5, the central quadrant, covers Orange Mountain and Binghamton area. Since June 2021 to May 2022, the Memphis Police Department has seized 3,347 guns off the street. It was a total of 901 aggravated assault arrests made. 839 of those were adults and 62 were juveniles. The timeline of GFIP since July of last year, the program its inception was July 1st, 2021. They began to identify and hire staff and partner with organizations for training and development, and the street intervention program was launched. Between November 2021 and March of this year, the GFIP team, along with the street and hospital intervention programs, underwent active training and completed the GFIP University for Law Enforcement. The search for a GFIP administrator was launched. Support for the launch of hospital intervention program at LeBonner started, and the identifying of a provider to provide wraparound services in coordination with the street intervention area also began. April to June of this year, an administrator was hired, which was myself, and also a data specialist under the Evertown grant was also acquired. We, the GFIP team, traveled to Detroit to benchmark peer city programming to understand the best practices to implement here by looking at what Detroit has done with their program. We have developed the Focused Deterrence program in collaboration with the Memphis Police Department as well. Future endeavors for the GFIP program is to strengthen our Focused Deterrence program with Memphis Police Department, the Tennessee Department of Corrections, and the Shelby County District Attorney's Office. We will begin to activate our custom notification program, which will allow us to go out and meet these at-risk individuals where they are. We will also want to launch our hospital intervention program that mirrors the one at LeBonner at Regional 1 to offer those same services to adults that are afflicted by gun violence. And also, we will activate our wraparound service program with United Way through their Driving the Dream. And that concludes this presentation. Do you have any questions, Council?
Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate that, Administrator Johnson, and glad to have you on board again. I'd like to have the records reflect that Councilman Canale, Warren, Robinson, and Ford, is that everybody? Have arrived. All right, colleagues, anybody want to be, okay. We're gonna acknowledge Councilwoman Johnson and then Warren and Jones.
That presentation, you're on the move, keep going. My question is, I was noticing how many guns you were able to retrieve on your presentation. I have a question now. We also hear from the police department that y'all retrieve guns. Now we're not double crossing and including the same set of guns, are we?
Those would be the same stats from MPD.
So they came through that department. Okay, I wanted to make sure when I look at the number of guns that they're, I was hoping you had an extra group. So then my next question is, what do y'all do with those guns?
That would be a question for the Memphis Police Department to answer when they seize their guns. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Chief Paul Wright, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. So the process and seizure of weapons, and I'm going to try to explain it real short to you. When we seize weapons off the street, we actually tag these weapons. They're held for evidence for court purposes, and then they're destroyed. There are a small amount of weapons that are sold back to dealers, reputable FLA dealerships for the purpose of law enforcement purposes. And so, but the process is seizure, arrest, seizure, then you tag them as evidence, then they go to court, then they're held for court purposes. Once the court case is over with, then the weapon is destroyed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilman Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just questions where we began to find, I guess, an interventionist and onboard the local team. Is that youth villages that we're working with?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have youth villages, and we're starting a partnership with the United Way as well.
Okay. And where are we with our block squad? Have we expanded that, Block 901?
Yes, they have had an increase to, right now they're at 47 members. Currently, they're covering, like I said, those 5 quadrants. They split the team up into those 5 quadrants.
Excellent. I guess just for the public listening, these are people who are going on the ground trying to intervene to stop one shooting from causing 2 or 3 more shootings in retaliation. Is that correct?
They have built those by them being out there on the streets, boots on the ground is what we like to refer to. They have built a reputation in the streets with those individuals that are at risk. A trust factor is there. So they are very forthcoming with talking to the 901 Block Eye Street Interventionist team. And it allows them to be able to intervene in those retaliatory events that may occur.
Yeah, and the Detroit program and other programs that have been more operational than what we've been doing, it's my understanding from reading that what we're hoping to expect and our best case scenario is try to see a 10% drop in the number of our murders every year. And that's our goal for this to actually be functioning. Is that correct? That's the goal we're trying to get at least?
Correct.
So I think that's the take-home point for people is they need to understand that we don't think that this program is going to completely eliminate murders in a year. But if we keep working at this, we can get a 10% reduction annually, and we just got to keep at it every year. And over time, we'll have a huge drop in our murder rates based on this program, is what we're praying for, correct?
Correct.
Right. Thank you very much for putting this together. And I just want to thank Chief and everybody on the police department for working with this and making this program a reality. I think it may be one way we're going to save many of our young people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson, were you in the queue? Okay. Councilman Jones, okay.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon and welcome. Question that I have is the number of personnel that you're working with, and mainly internal, and then if you're talking about youth villages and other outside organizations, give me an idea of how many personnel or boots on the ground, as you say, that we're working with GVIP.
So again, we have on our street intervention team is approximately 47 individuals. Okay. On that team, Labona has a team of about 4 or 5 individuals. We're looking to have about the same amount of number in Regional 1 once that program is finalized. We have 3 coordinators that work inside my office plus a data specialist.
Okay, and so when you say those 47, are those being funded by monies from the city?
Correct.
Or how? Okay, great.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Anyone else in the queue? Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, Dr. Warren.
I'd like to confirm with you that most of what you're doing now, or at least a large amount of your work as director, is helping to coordinate not only the boots on the ground, but all the other different entities, including the DA, the police department, the sheriff's department, the Department of Corrections, into one functioning unit that's looking at this as a whole problem that you're all solving together. Is that an accurate sort of statement?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir. It's a collaborative effort on all those players that you just mentioned, like you said, in hopes to drive the violent crime rate down over time.
yeah, a lot of times what happens, I think, is there's silos out there. Have you feel like you're getting a hand on being able to move those silos all into one silo?
Yes, sir. I have from when I first accepted the position, that was my number one goal, was to get everybody at the table and working on one accord. And since I've been here, we've been going in a positive direction.
Thank you. And I've noticed, hopefully it's a trend. It looked like our violent murder rate is slowly declining. It's down this year, is it not, slightly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. And seeing there are no other comments or questions, thank you so much for your presentation and for your service to the city.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Next, we're going to move to item number 2, which is the quarterly drag racing update from MPD, requested by Councilman Canale. Did you want to have anything to say, Councilman Canale? All
Good
right.
afternoon again. Thank you all.
Go right
Deputy Chief Paul Wright again. Thank you all for allowing us to be part of I'm sure, a discussion that goes on day by day with your office and also with the citizens of Memphis. I'm also a resident of Memphis, 170 North Main, unemployed. We'll go ahead and start off with some of the data, short presentation. Drag racing, and I hadn't defined this before, but I wanted to define drag racing, kind of what it is. The State of Tennessee Code of Ordinance defines drag racing as any person or persons who operate a motor vehicle or motor vehicles upon the public highways of this state, or while on the premise of any shopping center, trailer park, and apartment or home complex. Individuals who do this, they can also be participants in this as well. If they're participants or a driver in this, they're guilty of drag racing. It's a Class A misdemeanor. Individuals that's found guilty of drag racing can have their vehicles seized under the forfeiture law under the state of Tennessee. Reckless driving is defined any person who drives any vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property commits reckless driving. Reckless driving is a Class B misdemeanor. Move on to the next slide. For the first 6 months of the year, the Memphis Police Department has made more drag racing arrests than they made in 2019 and 2020. In 2019, we made 24 drag racing arrests. In 2020, we made 35 drag racing arrests. And so far, as of May the 31st, we've made 53 drag racing arrests. And these are arrest charges that's been filed against individuals. We've also made 399 reckless driving charges. We've made 399 reckless driving charges that we filed against individuals. Last year alone, we made 80 drag racing arrests and 810 reckless driving arrest charges that we filed against individuals. That's a total of 452 this year of arrest charges that we filed against individuals this year for drag racing or reckless driving. Move on to the next slide. Since January 1st of 2022, the MPD arrested more than 397 individuals for drag racing and reckless driving. Between March 1st of this year and May 31st of this year, reckless driving and drag racing arrests increased by more than 259%. And that means our officers have been putting it out going after those individuals that's committing these acts of reckless driving and drag racing. Move on to the next one. Some of our top precincts over the past 3 years, the enforcement of drag racing and reckless driving has trended upwards in the 9 precincts. The top 5 precincts that we're seeing increases, or that we're seeing our increase of arrests in, is North Main Station, which is the downtown area. We've seen 80 arrests for drag racing and reckless driving. Mount Moriah Station is number 2, and that's out east, in the east portion of Memphis. And that's 69 arrest charges for reckless driving and drag racing. Ridgeway is number 3, along with Tillman, number 4. They're tied at 59 for drag racing and reckless driving. Ridgeway is in the Hickory Hill area, and Tillman Station is in Summer Corridor, middle of the Memphis area. And we also have Crump Station is number 5. That's the Midtown area. It's 53 arrests for drag racing and reckless driving. So those precincts, we've seen the experience of increase, and it seems to stick with the trend that we've been seeing throughout the last 3 years that we've been monitoring our drag racing. The trend has been pretty much the same in the same precincts. We'll move on. The Memphis Police Department, we're still using our partners. We're working with our partners. Of course, that's the only way we can get this done in a holistic approach of dealing with this. We work with Tennessee Highway Patrol. We've implemented, or we work with the Operation Slow Down Memphis, where we put out GHSO, THSO programs to try to assist in grants. These are grants that we use to try to assist us in lowering some of the speeding that's going on citywide. We've also increased our traffic enforcement details. That's a pretty much open door for all our commanders throughout our precincts, whenever they can put details, special details together, working with our Scorpion teams to address these issues that we're having out there with driving. We always put them out for overtime, and we have our officers out there on patrol. And we are looking at increasing our traffic unit before the year end. We're looking at putting more officers into the traffic unit and building it up to where it could be and can be and will be a robust unit to help us fight some of the nonsense that's going on out there with the drivers. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Councilman Canali, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Wright. Thank you to all of MPD for the work that you do each and every day, risking your lives to protect ours. There's never enough thank yous in a day for the work that you do, and it doesn't go unnoticed. This issue with drag racing and reckless driving, like the topic that we discussed a little while ago with Blight, is becoming an ever-increasing complaint and fear in the eyes of our constituents, so much so that they're scared to go to the grocery and scared to get out, especially if you have for teenage children. And it really is a public nuisance, and they're terrorizing in the streets of Memphis on a daily basis. And there is no one part of town that is immune from this type of behavior. So when someone is caught in the act of doing donuts, let's say, in the middle of an intersection, can they be charged with reckless driving and drag racing?
So reckless driving is the act of doing the donuts. Of course, when they're speeding off and testing the limits of the vehicle, yes, drag racing could be applied at that point as they're speeding off and testing the limits of their vehicle. So you could use both charges in there, but it's all on the observation of the officer that's seeing the offense.
Okay, and of those drag racing arrests made in 2022, do you know how many of vehicles were seized?
I don't have a number on vehicles seized. Now, we do push every drag racing arrested vehicle is seized. All right, get that straight for us. We seize and we tow every car that's been involved in a drag racing offense. that car is gonna be seized hopefully upon conviction, so we do tow those cars. So to break those numbers down, I don't have the exact breakdown of drag racing. But
Okay.
outside of going back to last year, I can tell you there were 80 cars towed because there were 80 drag racing arrests.
Okay.
As of this date now, I could actually look at now and tell you that 53 drag racing arrests have been made, 53 cars have been towed.
Okay. For our constituents, for their public consumption of the ones that are in fear of this every day of their lives, what would you say that we say to them? How should they react when they see this type of behavior, whether it's someone passing them on the streets or whether it's someone terrorizing their neighborhood in the evening and keeping them up at night? What can they do? What would you recommend that they do as far as the action that they take as far as calling MPD?
I would say call our non-emergency number if the act is going on at that time, 545 cops. You can also dial 911 if there's some type of violence going on, if somebody's shooting a weapon out of the window of a car or something like that, if you've seen that happen. Of course, you can always call your local precincts, which I always suggest calling your local precincts about incidents that may be taking place over a period of time in the same place. You're seeing it every day where they're drag racing, say along Germantown, between Cordova, Germantown, somewhere in that area. I would always suggest those be called into your precinct. They could put in some additional patrols, directed patrols for that area. And the officers can also, we can get with our traffic unit and have them go out and maybe set up some traffic radar in that area, checkpoints or whatever we need to do to deal with that issue.
What about any undercover sting operations where we know that this is in predominant areas where this is a problem on a regular basis?
So we do run plane cars with our details on some occasions. We have Scorpion teams out that works on a proactive. Some of them are in low-key cars. And when we see the acts, we are addressing the acts. But yes, that's part of our tactics. We use a multitude of tactics. Our aviation support unit, air support unit, we use that. They've flown with us. We know when we're working in certain areas where we're having events, or if somebody reports that there's going to be an illegal drag racing event in an area, then we try to coordinate and get people into that area during the times that it's supposed to take place. I didn't touch on it, but we do find a problem. Social media seems to be a way that individuals communicate these events. Most of the time they communicate them as just car shows or car events. This weekend past, we saw what they posted as a neighborhood block party in the North Memphis area. It turned out to be 600 or more, approximately 600 individuals out in that area. And over several hundred cars came out, and there was reckless behavior in that area. So you almost have to plan for it, because you know that individuals, when you sponsor these events and don't use our permits department like it should be used, then you have events that turn into sometimes unlawful gatherings with cars being a key part of that event.
Right. And I know because of the consent decree that MPD's arms are a little bit tied in this as far as social media, but if somebody sent this to me and they say that the next takeover is on July 2nd. Now, I don't know what part of town this is, and I'm not on Instagram, but when this is sent to me, or if I send it to you, what can you do in response to that? And can you go after the people that are sponsoring this and posting this on social media in an effort to obviously break all kinds of traffic laws and take lives into their, serious danger?
So if there's a criminal act being stated in something that you read and you want to submit it to our PIO, or you want to call it in to our police department or our local precincts, then you can, and we will accept the information. But we got to be careful. It must be a criminal offense that's going to be committed in that, or some type of behavior that we deem to be unlawful at the time. If it's unlawful gathering that's going to cause gridlock in our traffic pattern, then we will address it, and we can prepare for it by hiring additional staffing in and or planning for events like that.
So for our constituents out there that do see this type of behavior being promoted on social media, you would recommend they call it in to 545 Cops just to give MPD a heads up that this likely is to be an issue with breaking traffic laws.
Just talk with your local precincts. Talk with your local precincts. I would say talk with your local precincts. If you want to call it in, you can call it in to 545 Cops. I always advise people to talk to their local precinct commanders about continuous incidents. Get used to your community precincts. These are the places that you're going to be able to get better results at. If you call 545 Cops, then the officers will come out and they're going to assist you. But I'd much rather you talk with supervisors when it's a planned event like that and you know that there's going to be trouble. You heard that it's going to be trouble into it. Then you can provide us information of a crime that's going to take place.
Okay.
Or public safety issue that's going to take place.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, and thank you again for all you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. This time we're going to have Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Carlisle's going to go before me.
Oh, okay. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Canale raised an interesting point that we've touched on before when you talk about the consent decree and trying to catch these bad actors. And I'm not a police officer. I'm not a criminal lawyer or prosecutor. But it is interesting to me that there has to be some sort of digital footprint about organizers of these events that are basically inciting riots and disorderly conduct in these significant amounts and at times doing significant property damage. And so while it may be hard at times to maybe catch all of the participants, there's got to be some way, especially when we're not in the consent decree, if I remember correctly, cast a wide, it basically prohibits us from fishing. But when we know that there's an event occurred that there was criminal intent, it seems like we should be going after and putting our foot down on the throats of people that are organizing these events. And I do want to tip my hat to the Memphis Police Department. I think there was an event recently over on Crump Boulevard that was broken up. I was shocked that some of the people that were interviewed, citizens of Memphis that were interviewed by the news, response was, well, there's not a lot else to do. They should just let us have a good time, which is baffling to me. But I guess, is there an opportunity to or should we be looking at, or are you pursuing these individuals that are organizing these events? Because it's probably likely the same people over and over again. And have we had any success in arresting and or prosecuting them under Tennessee law?
So individuals have that right to communicate on social media. That's the First Amendment right. Of course, if you're advocating a criminal act, or if you're saying that you're going to commit criminal acts, then that's something that we could potentially address. But we must have the information, and a lot of these individuals work in ways that keep us from being able to see that information.
Even after the fact, though. So if you're getting reports, hey, there was an event, it was on Facebook, this is how they organize, or whatever the social media platform is, seemingly I think that's enough cause to be able to go in and look for that information. Because, again, if they were responsible for organizing an event that caused severe property damage, or again, I'm going to use terms that I'm probably shouldn't be using, but if they're inciting a riot or they're inciting disorderly conduct, or if there are children showing up that are 15 years old, and so the delinquency of a minor, those seem like things that are at least worth trying to reround just to put pressure on them.
Yeah. So, Councilmember, to your point, of course, Deputy Chief Wright is absolutely right as it relates to the investigative information. We are not ignoring what we see on social media. That is an investigative opportunity for us. We're not violating our consent decree as it relates to First Amendment protocols. Investigative information that is forwarded to us about events that could create a public safety risk in the city, we are absolutely investigating and we're following up on.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
I didn't get in trouble for saying that.
That's all right. I don't think there's a single citizen in Memphis that's upset with you, and if they are, then
thank you.
They sit on the other side. Chief, while I've got you here, in a few weeks, I would love to hear, maybe not next meeting, but a little farther down the road, just how everything's going, because I know we're talking about the traffic division. We're making the changes to our shifts, and I know we often talk about our
academy recruit classes, but I'd love to hear how you guys think it's going on lateral hires as well, since we're putting all this money out to try and, but in probably, a couple months, would love to get an update just how we are kind of halfway through the year and how you think these programs are going out into the labor market. I'd just be very curious to hear that, because I know, again, getting manpower on the ground and just being a presence is super, super important for us.
Absolutely. We'd love to give you an update at that time.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Deputy Chief Wright, and Chief David, and everyone who's here. Thank you for what you do. Question as we talk about these often, just to get your opinion, do the places that have the speed bumps that we've implemented, the temporary ones or the newer, bigger rubber ones and the other traffic calming devices, have you all actually seen a decrease in the reckless driving and the drag racing in the areas where we've put these traffic calming devices? Do they help? In you all's opinion, what's your viewpoint on that?
So I guess it really depends on the citizen that you're asking that lives in that area, because I've got positive and I've got negative feedback. There's some spots downtown we put the speed bumps in, and you still have individuals that just come out and they just want to cause chaos, and they're going to come down in there between the speed bumps. They'll still do donuts in between the speed bumps, and I still get complaints about that. But these individuals come down to cause chaos. That's their whole intent, to cause chaos. And it's tough to deal with individuals like that, but when we see them, we will. But just knowing what's in a person's heart is tough to say until you see them.
So them seeing those traffic devices doesn't deter them. They won't go to another area without them. They'll just still do it wherever location they're choosing to.
My personal opinion, I like to see them in certain areas because it slowed down a lot of the traffic. It's on the law enforcement side. In my opinion, yes, it does slow down some of these speeders that's coming through those areas. And I'm proud that I'm glad that the citizens have these devices in their area, because we can't be everywhere. But I think it works for those citizens at the time, but there are still some areas where people just choose to disregard, like a red light there. You got it there, but we still have people disregarding red lights.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Deputy Chief Wright, I have a question about the different types of the drag racing. I know it started out with what you see on TV. There was a show and they did it was almost like a structured, sport. And I didn't know the difference. I didn't even know that they were in Memphis till, recently. And the onset of all of this conversation about it. And then it progressed to what we see where people are just speeding up and down the streets. And then I've seen also where they do the donuts. They have like a show and they stop the traffic and they do the donuts. So it seems like there are different types of drag racing and it's progressing. And also I get complaints about, especially Germantown Parkway, because it's such a long strip, that at a certain time every night there's drag racing on Germantown Parkway, almost like it's gonna happen every night, or at least I know every weekend. So how are you all approaching it, knowing that you have these three, the different types of drag racing? Because I did hear somewhere where organizers were asking for a space or a venue, and they wouldn't use the streets. And so I didn't know if you all even entertained that or have been in conversation with anyone. Not that I don't think you're supposed to cater to people that are lawless, but I'm just wondering your take or feedback on those observations.
So, ma'am, the Sarah Lynn Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That subject has come up several times by some of the organizers requesting that the city provide a space for basically reckless driving. So we haven't entertained it because what we witness on the streets of Memphis and in responding to some of the accidents and the injuries as a result, it's not something that we would even think to entertain because it's quite dangerous. And, you know, if it was some other type of activity that we could assist with, then maybe we would have sit-down conversations, but I'm sure the administration is probably more capable of responding to this. But when you think in terms of the liability and the risk of allowing people to carry on in motorized vehicles that way, it's not something that the Memphis Police Department would support.
Thank you, Chief, and I'm glad that you stated that on public record, so our constituents that are listening and that have, you know, people talking about it in the neighborhoods and things like that can convey that information that you've shared today. And we appreciate you being here and giving us that monthly update. And if I have no other comments or questions from my colleagues, we're going to go on to item number 1. Which is a resolution to appropriate $1,459,620 in GO bonds for contract construction project FSO 2008 FY22 Fire Station number 11. Renovation Project, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It's moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Jones. Anyone in the queue would like to speak on this? Have any questions? Okay, no question. We're going to take a voice vote on item number 1. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Let's see. All right, is there any other business that needs to come before this committee?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren. Present. And Chair Colvett.
Present. We have a quorum. We have one item on the agenda. It's a resolution amending the FY 2022 operating budget by accepting, appropriating an additional $50,000 in revenues from the Great American Steamboat Company's docking fees and an additional $50,000 in expenditures to pass the docking fees to Memphis River Parks Partnership for their management of the dock at Beale Street Landing, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion? A second.
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Doc. Somebody from the administration, may I have your name and address?
Good afternoon. Mary Claire Boris, House Administrator of Strategic Initiatives for the Division of Housing and Community Development, 924 North Idlewild Street, 38107. Because the 8th Division of Housing and Community Development loaned Great American Steamboat Company the money to purchase the Great American Queen vessel and launch it several years ago, the docking fees when they dock at Beale Street Landing or Greenbelt are paid to the city rather than being paid to Memphis River Parks Partnership, which is the managing entity for the docks. And so for the last several years since they paid off their loan debt, we have simply been passing those revenues on to Memphis River Parks so that we approximate the relationship that would otherwise exist. I'm happy to say that the river cruise industry has bounced back from COVID. Just to give you some perspective, in all of 2020, there was only 3 sailing dates, which brought in about $27,000. For all of 2021, it was $224,000. And for FY22, we're looking at about 297 and some change. Hence the request to bump up the budget from $250,000 to $300,000 in both expenses and revenues.
So we're cutting the city out and they're paying direct in.
We are actually, that agreement, our agreement with Great American Steamboat has technically expired, so we're basically on a month-to-month until they can settle their new contract with MRPP, and we will be out of the middle.
Yeah, it was like in 2018 that it ran it. Anyway, questions? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item passes unanimously for 3:30, same night minutes. This adjourned.
Afternoon, the June 21st, 2022 meeting of the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Thompson, please call the roll.
Members present, Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Canale, Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Warren, Councilmember Ford, Councilmember Logan, Councilmember Jones, and Chairwoman Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is the appointment of Mr. John Bauman Kelly to the Memphis Tree Board requested by administration. Can we get a motion in a second to hear this item? Moved by Ford, seconded by Canale, I think. Mr. Kelly, are you present? Hello, Mr. Kelly. If you could please state your name and address, and then also afterwards, just want to hear from you or, well, it's not a reappointment, Doug McGowan on what exactly is the tree board. But Mr. Kelly, if you could give your name, address, and any words you'd like to share.
Okay. Yeah, it's John Bowman Kelly. I live at 2064 Jefferson Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. Any qualifications, that kind of thing?
If you'd like to say anything about your qualifications, why you want to be on the tree board, what do y'all do?
I'm an ISA certified arborist. I've been working at the Memphis Botanic Garden for about 4 years now. I earned my PhD in biology in 2020, and so I'd really like to combine my efforts with science and research into the urban forest here in Memphis.
So Dr. Kelly?
Yes,
all
technically.
right. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move that we hear item 1 and 2 together, without objection. Is that fine? All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Connie Shepard, appointment to the Memphis Tree Board. This is gonna be heard along with item 1. Ms. Shepard, are you here? Okay, you give your name and address for the record, and then any words you'd like to share.
My name is Connie Shepard. I live at 1753 Tutwiler in your district.
No pressure.
I have been an advisor for the tree board for 7 years while I've been working for the city of Memphis. I am your horticulturist. I do the gardens throughout the city. The Memphis Tree Board, they have been active in trying to add more trees to our city. Currently right now, if we had more trees, we wouldn't be in such a heat sink right now. It would really alleviate some of the temperature. It would cool everybody down, have less stress. It's better for the environment as well as for our citizens of Memphis. It's a wonderful tree board. We've added, since I've been here, I usually add between 30 and 40 trees per year. About 4 years ago, we added about 700 with the addition of a grant. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Shepard. And Chief McGowan, if you could just share any other information about the Memphis Tree Board.
Sure. I heard you had a question there. So this was something that was formed, I think, in 2013 or 14 by ordinance by City Council. It's an advisory group to the Memphis Parks Division for management of our tree canopy and our public lands. And so it's proved to be invaluable, as we maintain our parks, the health of our tree canopy, and they make it they help advise the Parks Department with if we're going to make a change in a park, which trees should stay, if there's any that we can relocate, what kind of species we should be planting that are native. So it really does, I think, help. It fits in with our overall Parks Master Plan. I also want to say that the tree board has been helpful in other areas where we've been making decisions. As you know, we had to, at one time when we were considering a different parking solution at Overton Park, we had to decide which trees to relocate. Tree board members were very integral in making sure that we knew which ones we were going to relocate. So we're Tree City USA. I think we earned that designation, I'm not sure, several years ago. We're proud of our tree canopy. One of the things I think you'll hear also is we just finished the outage improvement team with Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and much of the work is how do we manage the wonderful canopy that we have with the power lines that are adjacent to them. And so I think this board's work is going to become increasingly important as we try to, make improvements in the resiliency of our power grid and maintain the tree canopy that we enjoy. And sometimes those things don't always fit together. So it's going to be important work to help advise us on how we best manage the canopy in a number of ways.
Thank you, Chief McGowan, because that was exactly what I was going to ask you. How's that working with MLGW? Let the record show that Covette and Councilman Carlisle are present. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And this can go to Chief. How many people are on the board? I didn't get a chance to look that part up. And also, we have a lot of trees and leaves as they mature. And so is this board responsible for, or do they have a hand in advising what types of trees and where in the city? Say for instance, just say the town center, we spend a lot of investment there, and there are trees around the lake. And so when I'm walking, I'm wondering okay, in 20 years, are these gonna be really big and blowing all the leaves into the lake and then getting in the fountain and stopping at the fountain? And so when we have planned areas or things like that, is this the board that recommends what types of trees and where?
There's a lot of questions, and so I think on public lands, they help to advise, not necessarily the private lands. And I think when a development like that happens, the architects typically get a landscape architect to help advise. But also, anytime there's advice that we're seeking, the tree board would be the best people to ask because they are, quite frankly, the experts. So I think there's some consultation there. To your first question, I can't remember off the top of my head how many members. 7-member board, started 2014. And it does advise the Parks Division. So as you know, if there's a question that's something General Services have, we would also refer to them. But, it's a good question. I'm not sure we thought about leaves blowing into the lake, which is a natural phenomenon, but I understand your point. And, it's either deciduous or evergreen, I think is the right terminology. And deciduous trees have leaves, and that's what we have here. But yeah, they're a great resource that we could call upon to help give us advice on developments like that.
And I'm not sure what kind of leaves, trees. I just use it as an example because I did wonder that myself.
Well, I think there's also some, trees that are non-native but have been brought here that aren't always the most productive for us and can be problematic, and they can be very helpful in helping to advise us on that.
So last question, are we going to look to bringing on, I know we used to have a lot of people I'm sorry, I didn't remember your name, in that position as a horticulturist for this city. Are we looking to look toward those, adding more as we move forward? I know we used to have a lot of flowers around the city and the big M and different places. We had a lot of flowers, but I think we only have, one person now, as opposed to, I think we used to have, 10? So I'm sure that impacted our ability to have flowers in public spaces or common areas. So can you speak to that?
Sure, I think that's a prioritization of the budget, as we always do. We're fortunate and blessed to have a resource like that on staff here. We also have staff at the Botanic Garden who can help advise us. But yes, it is a budgetary issue as to how many people we actually have. I know there's a little bit of all hands on deck with the parks operations folks as well as the general services maintenance crews that help us get out there and plant. Based on the advice and expertise that we have, we just need all hands on deck to actually perform the labor there. So it's something that we can certainly look at, and as we have opportunities to grow the things that enrich our community, that's one place we could look. I don't know, we didn't have anything planned this year to grow that workforce, but it's certainly worth a dialogue as we begin doing, discussions about trade-offs and, as we get $1 new of revenue, where is that best spent? And if it's an enrichment and things like plantings, that's certainly something we can consider.
Okay, thank you. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren.
Yes, I'd just like to ask our tree board people if they happen to have any theories about why we're losing the really old growth forest in Overton Park, why we're seeing a die for those trees.
Because they're getting old. They've been there for over 100+ years, and they're getting old, and they're falling down, which is what they do, and they'll become part of the next forest.
Yeah, I've sort of heard that that's the case, but I've also heard some of them could live to 200-300 years, and they're not, and they don't seem to be replenishing themselves in the same manner, is the theory that I've heard. I'm wondering if that's the case.
That is true. The ones that do are the white oaks. They can live up to 300 years, between 250 and 300 years. Those are the ones that I would like to see more of, but until we can get more of those.
So we're not seeing those come back at this point, right?
Right.
So if we got a choice of planting oaks in the city, we should plant a white oak?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Might add something there. One of the problems with the Overton Park Old Forest is that there are a lot of invasive plants in the understory. So these are plants that outperform the native species. So if they're growing all over the place, then those young white oak saplings aren't going to be able to take hold and regenerate. So once that canopy dies off, there's not the next generation coming up. So Overton Park Conservancy does a great job right now at hosting invasive plant removals. That's one of their big missions out there. Dr. Eric Bridges and Bill Bullock have their hands in that. So yeah, that's probably why we're not seeing a lot of regeneration, is because the invasive species are just blocking them out.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Kelly and Ms. Shepherd, you all seem more than knowledgeable on the tree situation in Memphis. As I said, colleagues, I'm moving to merge items 1 and 2 together to hear the appointments of Mr. John Kelly and Ms. Connie Shepherd to the Memphis Tree Board. And I'd like to do that with same 9 minutes with no objection. All right, moved by Councilwoman Johnson, second by Councilwoman Logan. Let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. It will be downstairs at 3:30 today for you all's appointment. Thank you all. Colleagues, let's move to item number 4. You received it's the same handout as last time. We held it last time for our committee. But the item number 4 is a resolution that I'm bringing back from our last council meeting, requesting successors be appointed to the CRA, Community Redevelopment Agency, for term-limited city and county board members per the CRA bylaws, sponsored by myself. For the purpose of discussion, can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move it.
Motion by Councilman Jones, second by Councilman Covett. Colleagues, you should have 2 things in front of you. You should have the same resolution from last council meeting asking that, per the bylaws, any CRA board members who are beyond their term limits be appointed a successor on the city and the county side. And after today, we should be able to get a joint resolution on the county side. And then you also have a packet of bylaws for your perusal, if you would like those as well. So if you would go with me to the second sheet on the bylaws, you will see that it simply says we have, as we know, since it is a county and city entity, 3 are appointed and confirmed on the city side, 3 are appointed and confirmed on the county side. 1 is appointed and confirmed through both city and county, and the board terms state 4 years. And as we didn't get a chance to last council meeting, but the CRA is a unique and special entity that governs use of taxpayer money into TIFs that we've seen. We've just approved a Soulsville TIF, and I think the county did too on their side. And as any quasi-governmental entity or any entity that has to do with taxpayer money,
in which we're responsible for, and they are as well. We just need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, that we're following what the bylaws were created to say as far as how these members serve. And if we see that the bylaws are no longer serving us through the means of the CRA, then that means that we need to begin a discussion about the bylaws after, I would say, after reappointments are made with successors. I'd like to have a discussion on this, Councilman Carlisle and anybody else who'd like to be in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to make sure. So what are you asking today? Just that the mayor reappoint or appoint people that are vacant?
So on the resolution, it asks that, and then now therefore be resolved, the city and county mayors appoint successors to the CRA board for those members who have already served a 4-year term.
But not reappoint. You want new members?
Not reappoint.
Okay.
Because we want to be in accordance with the bylaws that are already there.
So is Attorney Wade down there? I guess my only question is, and again, I'm more of a technical person, is this even in our purview to get involved in their bylaws? Or are they chartered, maybe the inappropriate term, or are they're formed by the authority of the council and the commission, but I guess in that creating document, I'm just trying to figure out if this is even in their purview.
You asking me?
Yes, sir.
Well, dealing with the resolution, it doesn't address any changes to the bylaws. It basically is a request to the mayors to appoint successors. The purview is the 2 mayors to appoint and for us to approve, and until they do so, we can request all we want and they can do whatever they want.
Okay. And in the city's charter, I think we got into this with talking about MLGW Board of Commissioners. There's somewhat of a loophole a little bit about if a member's term lapses, they serve until the mayor chooses to appoint or reappoint a new member, and that's almost at the discretion of the mayor. Is that somewhat accurate? I know it's not very...
Under our charter, there's a provision for boards and commissions. Members serve until their successors are appointed. So we have had hundreds of boards where the terms had expired for years, and those people continued to serve until the mayor decided he wanted to reappoint them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Wade, I'm not a lawyer, and I guess my question is, I'm reading page 2 that we were handed out talking about members to be selected as follows: 4 members for 4 years, 1 member for 3 years, 1 member for 2 years, 1 member for 1 year, and they shall be nominated for a 4-year term to be approved by the appropriate legislative body or until their successor is appointed and qualified. Is that the point you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Okay, and does this by any chance mean that these people can only be appointed for 1 term? Is there anything in here legally that says they can't be reappointed?
I haven't, I'll read it.
Because I think that's the issue we're trying to get to, is what I'm hearing from our chair is that she thinks that this says they're not supposed to be reappointed, and I'm asking, is that what it says legally? Because I don't know.
I haven't read it carefully. I will do so before you vote on it.
So, Madam Chair, if I would like to have our attorney tell us, does this say no reappointments, yes or no? And then we'll know, because that's part of the question I think you're asking, or am I misinterpreting?
Let me interrupt.
Go ahead.
I think we are talking about 2 separate things. One, I think the resolution is only addressing a request to the 2 mayors. It's not addressing any change in the bylaws or who may be reappointed. So that's a whole separate question that's not before you yet. but I will be glad to look at it and let you know.
Because I misread the resolution then, because I was thinking that that's what it was there for, because we were under the impression that if they were reappointing them, the bylaw says they're not supposed to be reappointed.
Councilman Warren, that's a good question, and Councilor Wade is correct. Yeah, the resolution is asking for successors to be appointed, and I gave you all copies of the bylaws, so you wouldn't just have to take my word for it. So you can read it for yourself, because the bylaws do say, after what you just described with the formation of the board, thereafter is 4 years until a successor is appointed, and my resolution is asking for a successor to be appointed. So that's how it flows.
But I guess my question was, I thought we were asked recently to approve a reappointment, and at that point, I thought there was a question about whether that could occur.
We approved 2 appointments, I think about 2-3 months ago, of Mr. Sam Cantor and Miss Emily Greer. And this wasn't brought up then.
Were those reappointments at that time?
Sam Cantor was a reappointment and Emily Greer was an appointment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, how many individuals are we talking about needing to be reappointed under these circumstances today?
Anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but I counted 4, majority of them being on the county side. And one of them being someone who just won commissioner-elect, so they were going to have to be reappointed for anyway.
All right, but mainly it's on the county side, you're saying, and just one maybe on the city side?
One that can be appointed by either.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but Jeff brought up something interesting, which is whether it's not whether or not the issue was raised. If the bylaws state that a successor, I could assume, could still be a reappointment. I think where he's driving at, and it's a fair question to ask, it may have no bearing on this resolution. Let me just say that first. But Jeff raises a very interesting question, which is if the bylaws state that, or it's interpreted that it's stating that a successor has to be appointed, and that is not a reappointment, then those reappointments are potentially void. And that is something that needs to be clarified, because just because you're raising the issue now doesn't change what the bylaws said. There may be a problem there. I doubt it, but again, I'll wait till, and I think Alan's right. This is separate from this right now. So I'm okay to move forward on this, but I'd really like to get some clarity on what's going on and whether or not it's in our purview or not. So
I'll provide it.
Yeah.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing, with a lot of outside boards and agencies, they were created based upon either the county commission or the city council, both or individually, delegating some of their authority, and most of this is set out in ordinance. But, Mr. Wade, my question is, just because something has been created this way, don't we always have the purview to come back and change or alter or modify any of these, any of the provisions that were set forth by an ordinance?
The substitute ordinance, I think it has to be a joint ordinance, but you do have the ability to define the qualifications for a person to serve, and that's the same thing that we do for you by referendum. So yeah, you could do that. You can say you want them all females, you want them all males, you want to do whatever you want to do. But you have the ability to modify this document, provided that the people across the street consent to it.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilor Wade, before you step down, are you able, not related to this particular resolution, but as Councilman Carlisle brought up, are you able to let us know about that one, any reappointments, if they are void, and if we are questioning the bylaws, how to move forward?
Okay, I've read what you handed out. Assuming that that's everything, there is no term limit provision in their bylaws. So successors could be reappointed. Current members could be reappointed as successor members for additional terms until that's changed by ordinance.
Okay. Question about, okay. So I'll move forward with this resolution that requests the city and county mayors appoint successors, not reappoint, but appoint successors to the Community Redevelopment Agency Board for those members who have served their terms. I'm moving that. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Jones. Did we get this on for same night minutes on the agenda? Okay. It's moved and seconded for same night minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstain. Carlisle. Covett. And Canali. Mr. Thompson, can I get a roll call vote? I couldn't keep up with that.
Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones. Councilman Covett. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle. And Chairwoman Easter Thomas.
Aye. The ayes have it. That resolution is passed. Item number 4, and it goes down for same 9 minutes today. Item number 3, since this is along the same topic and since we are asking for some clarity on the bylaws as well as me as well, I move that we hold item number 3, which is a reappointment of a joint CRA board member that, based on the resume that was provided, has been on since 2009. So I'd just like more clarity on that. And I'd like to hold this without objection. All right, no objection. Anything else that needs to be brought up before this committee? No? All right, committee is adjourned.
I call the Planning and Zoning Committee to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Robinson.
This may be her.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Covett.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Chair Johnson.
Present. We have one item we need to address today. It's SUP 21-37 at 2328 Evans Presley Boulevard, District 4, Super District 8. It was held from 3/22. I see planning and zoning. Is the applicant here by any chance, or the owner of this particular location?
Chair. Holy Club 3:30.
Yes, we're gonna.
There will be people here against everything else
Yep.
at 3:30.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yep.
Without
objection. Would be the church and everybody else.
Okay, can we hold this until 3:30 without objection?
Without objection.
So we're just sitting down.
We're gonna send it downstairs and hear everything that's in there. If they show up, yes, okay, thank you.
Can't even say no representation.
Okay,
We're adjourned.
that's adjourned for the Planning and Zoning Committee today.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Logan. Chairwoman Swearingen.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We have one item to discuss today, a resolution to allocate and appropriate $3,250,000 in Memphis City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for fiscal year 23. All council districts submitted by Budget Committee requests for same night minutes. Councilman Jones, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is our budget allocations for our grant program, but we still need to do some tidying up of this. What you'll have in front of you, what will be distributed to you, is that there were some grant recipients where they received an amount that's greater than the amount that was requested. So what we're going to go back and do is reallocate those particular funds. And so what it, in essence it will do, it will free up for some of the individual council members funds that could be available to some other organizations for that. So I'm just going to ask that we hold this until the next meeting, and we'll tidy that up, and there could be some additional funds for council members to allocate. And by that time, Councilman Carlisle will have his in.
From the response, I assume that there aren't any objections towards this request.
Yeah.
Are there? Thank you very kindly. That brings us to our add-ons. We have 12 add-on items for this afternoon. Item number 28, budget review, fiscal year 22, quarter 4 budget adjustments. All council districts requested by administration, request for same night minutes.
Madam Chair,
yes,
should
sir.
that be item 29?
Item 29 is coming up next. I did item 28 first.
Okay. I'm just looking at the agenda that was in our documents here, so it was.
Well, Councilman Smiley requested me to withdraw it.
Okay, do we have a new agenda? No.
Let's let everybody
Just-
hear what you're saying.
I just want to make sure we're following. All I have is the agenda that was printed last week. If there's a new one.
Sure, while we are entertaining.
Councilman Smiley made the request to withdraw item 28 from the agenda.
Okay, I'm cool with that, yeah.
But I was going to say on yours, we've now held the grant allocations.
Item number 29 has been held for 2 weeks. Item number 30, a resolution clarifying the redemption dates of refunded bonds not to exceed $255 million, general improvement refunding bonds, series 2022B, federally taxable. All council districts sponsored by administration request for same night minutes. Item number 31, resolution supplementing the insurance sale and delivering of not to exceed $255 million aggregated principal amount of general improvement refunding bond series 2022, federally taxable, convertible to tax exempt, all council districts sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 32, resolution to create a blight and illegal dumping task force to provide recommendations to the Division of Public Works and Solid Waste for implementation of best practices for the prevention and mitigation of blight and illegal dumping in the city of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Logan, request for same night minutes. Item number 33, resolution to transfer and appropriate contract construction funds in the amount of $334,770,000 for the fiscal year 2288 curb ramp cover line project number PW 22300 to curb ramp Group 64, project number PW22302. All districts fund resolutions transferring $447,800 in A&E funds from the Cobblestone Landing Project to GA 01004 to construction funds in the Cobblestone Landing Project GA 01104. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, requesting for same night minutes. Item number 34, resolution transferring $447,800 in A&E funds from the Cobblestone Landing Project numbers GA 01004 to construction funds in Cobblestone Landing Project GA 1004. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 35, resolution to appropriate $1,459,620 in GO bonds for contract construction project FS 02008, fiscal year 22, Fire Station 11, renovation project. District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes. Item number 36, resolution amending the fiscal year 2022 operating budget by accepting and appropriating an additional $50,000 in revenues from the Great American Steamboat Company docking fees, an additional $50,000 in expenditures to pass the docking fees to Memphis River Parks Partnership for their management of the dock at Bill Street Landing. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, requests for same night minutes. Item number 37, resolution requesting a successor be appointed to Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, Board of Term Limited, city and county board members per CRA bylaws, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, request for same night minutes. Item number 38, appointment, Memphis Tree Board, John Bowman Kelly, request for same night minutes. Item number 39, appointment, Memphis Tree Board, Connie Shepherd, request for same night minutes. Items 28 has been withdrawn. And item number 29 has been withdrawn. Is it the one that you held? Or just 28?
28, withdrawn.
Okay. 28 has been withdrawn. Now, same night minute items will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 and 39. I'll repeat, I add on items 28 through 39. Item number 28 has been withdrawn. Our same night minute items will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Seeing no further business before this committee, yes.
I'd like to table item number 26 that's on the agenda.
I'd like to table item number 26. That's a referendum ordinance to amend pursuant to Article 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment provision of the Charter of Memphis and the city, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended relative to partisan elections for the. Can you share why you want to table it?
Just further discussion on it, so we can, 7 votes can easily take it off the table. So it could either be a table or hold.
Okay, it's been offered to table item number 26.
Without objection?
Without objection? All right, well, this item has been tabled to the next, what's your preference?
Table, no, whenever it comes off, whenever it's 7 votes.
Okay.
Take it off.
Got it, so we will take that off of the agenda. Any other provisions or requests? Discussion. Seeing no further business before this committee, we adjourn. See you at 3:30.
I just got called by Jim.
Okay. And